Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Day 2 of the Iran Conference. Please join me in welcoming Chairman of the NUFDI Board of Directors, Mr. Shahpar Razmzan.
Good morning. Thank you so much for being here and really make this program a total success. On behalf of the board, I'd like to welcome every and single one of you, and we appreciate your attendance and helping us to make this event a yearly successful event. I hope you enjoyed the first day. We have a great lineup for the second day, and please sit back and enjoy. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage NUFDI's Vice President, Kamran Kansaria.
Good morning, Roshana. How about now? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us again, and now on day 2 of the Iran Conference. We're so pleased to be hosting you. Thank you, Mr. Razmzan, for welcoming us on behalf of the NUFDI board. We're so pleased to have the vast majority of NUFDI's board in attendance at this conference, and we're so thankful for their support and leadership and guidance, and also many members of NUFDI's Advisory Council who will be with us throughout the day today as speakers and also joining us as attendees. Yesterday, our conference focused on Iran today, what's going on in the country, the relations with the United States, with the world, with the region. And today we're going to delve into a bit more of Iran tomorrow. What are some solutions for the crisis that Iran is facing internationally, domestically, and regionally? And going forward, what could a different Iran look like? We're thrilled to have you back for day 2. It's going to be a little bit shorter than yesterday, so we hope that you stay with us for the entire day and our speakers throughout the afternoon. But before we begin with our first panel on maximum support, we have a brief welcome video in honor of many of our friends who are here from Fresno, California, the California Central Valley, from Congressman Jim Costa.
Hello, I'm Congressman Jim Costa, and proudly represent the wonderful people of the San Joaquin Valley in California. I want to thank you for allowing me to virtually join in your conference to raise the awareness of freedom and the democratic movement in Iran and for those expatriates around the world. For decades, the people of Iran have struggled toward democracy. After the ousting of the Shah, the Iranian people are still, sadly, subjugated by an oppressive regime to human rights abuses that include torture, mistreatment, and the killing of innocent people. But the Iranian people have not given up in their fight for democracy and human rights in the 21st century, and we should be there to support you. The world saw Iranians bravely march in protest of the Iranian regime for the brutal killing of Mahsa Amini, defying a deadly crackdown by its morality police. And for women in Iran and their families and the men that supported this protest, it was significant and still is. The House of Representatives passed the Mahsa Act, of which I am a proud co-sponsor. This legislation would sanction the supreme leader and his inner circle for human rights abuses which are well known, and their support of terrorism. We know clearly that they have primarily financed Hamas and Hezbollah to carry out terrorism around the world. Therefore, the future of Iran belongs, I believe, to its citizens. And that's why your conference is so important as you organize and try to continue to create greater support, not only in our country, but around the world. As a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm committed to upholding human rights and supporting democracy everywhere, including Iran. To those fighting in this democratic movement, for each of you, we stand with you. Your bravery gives us hope that vulnerable populations around the world will be successful in their fight for democracy. Because let us be clear, this is a seminal moment in world history. Not only the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, the 100,000 Armenians that have had to flee out of Nagorno-Karabakh, the attack this week by Hamas in Israel. Around the world, democracies are being challenged, and therefore this is a testament of our time. We must stand together of people that seek freedom and want to ensure that we protect human rights. For at the end of the day, that's really what this is all about. I wish you the very best of success, not only for your conference, but continuing to build support, because someday I think the people of Iran will have an opportunity to decide for themselves and to be rid of this horrific dictatorial regime. Thank you.
Hello. Our first panel of today is No More Thoughts and Prayers, What the West Can Actually Do, which will discuss actionable steps and strategies that the West can take to offer maximum support to the Iranian people's struggle for freedom. Joining us for this panel are Kasra Arabi, Director at United Against Nuclear Iran and non-resident scholar at the Middle East Institute, Morgan Vigna, Vice President of Government Affairs at JINSA and previous Chief of Staff for International Security Affairs at the Department of Defense, Michael Rubin, Senior Fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, where he specializes in Iran, and NUFDI Vice President Kamran Kansanria. Moderating this panel is Jason Brodsky, Policy Director at United Against Nuclear Iran, whose research specialties include U.S. Middle East policy. Welcome to our speakers. Before the panel begins, Kamran Kansanria will share a brief presentation outlining maximum support, NUFDI's signature policy effort.
I'm very honored to be on this panel with such distinguished speakers. But before we go into the panel, since, as all of you know, our goal for this conference is not merely to talk about the problems that we're facing when it comes to Iran, not merely talk about the crises in the Middle East, be it this week's Hamas terrorist attack, against Israel or all the other problems facing the U.S.-Iran relationship, but to talk about solutions to these problems. And that's why I'm particularly excited for this panel. It's a personal honor for me to be seated aside such distinguished experts, and it's a real honor for NUFDI to host these fine individuals. And in order to kick off this session, we want to talk a bit about maximum support. Many of you are probably familiar with maximum support, NUFDI's strategic policy initiative, and it was actually at the Iran conference last year where we first came to talk a bit more about this idea, and it was on a panel much like this one, actually, where a friend of many of my fellow panelists today, and probably many of you, Ray Takei, said, when we talk about Iran policy and when we talk about supporting the people of Iran, I'm tired of just hearing about reforming VOA. Can somebody offer some solutions? And that was where the idea to sit down and put this policy piece together came about. But before we get into that, let's talk about why we're doing this. Particularly less than 1 week after the Hamas terrorist attack on Israel, I think the Islamic Republic's role in the Middle East and supporting terror is clear for all of us. The thousands of lives that have been taken are obvious, but this is a bit more of the Islamic Republic by the numbers. 30,000 Iranians dying annually because of pollution caused by the Islamic Republic's mismanagement. More than 70% of the economy remaining state-controlled, not allowing any innovation or growth whatsoever, which we'll be discussing later this afternoon. $95 billion confiscated from the Iranian people over the past several decades, be that of Iranian Jews or Iranian Baha'is, Iranian businessmen and women, confiscated by the Islamic Republic. 18,000 pro-democracy protesters jailed in just the last year alone. 16 million Iranians forced to leave the countryside because there's no opportunity. 99% of Iran's Jewish population forced to leave the country since 1979. And we can go on and on. But this is a problem that we all know. But when you look at it in numbers like this, it becomes much more stark. And unfortunately, for 4 decades, the United States, in our view at NUFDI, has lacked a strategic policy, or really a policy, towards Iran. And we believe that U.S. policy has failed because it's been based on a false premise. Whether through force or whether through appeasement, the entire premise of U.S. policy towards Iran has been based on the notion that the Islamic Republic can or will change its behavior. We believe that that premise has been proven to be false over the past 44 years, and that the only change that can come is a democratic one brought about by the Iranian people themselves, and maximum support is meant to offer the U.S. government solutions to do that, and we believe it's time for a strategic shift from ambiguity or force or appeasement towards maximum support. Now, maximum support critically recenters the Iran debate on the true sovereigns of Iran, the Iranian people, the critical actor that for 4 decades have been missing in this debate. The U.S. government has for too long, and also Western governments have focused solely on either applying pressure on the Islamic Republic or appeasing, or as they would call it, engaging in diplomacy with the Islamic Republic. But that has far too often left the Iranian people, the real actors, out of that equation, and maximum support recenters it on the Iranian people. But critically, as American citizens and as a group active in Washington, maximum support is meant to address not only the democratic aspirations of the people of Iran, but America's national security, economic, and moral interests. This is not just a policy to benefit the people of Iran, but a policy that we believe benefits the United States in so many ways. And it offers, for the first time, a comprehensive Iran policy and what we believe is a blueprint for policymaking, because as Ray Takei said last year at this conference, we're tired of just hearing about reforming VOA. There have to be actual solutions. And so over a period of 6 months and in consultation with many of the distinguished speakers on this stage, many of you in this room and many others, the NUFDI policy team put together maximum support, which we believe offers a comprehensive framework in addition to and working in conjunction with maximum pressure. We believe that applying maximum pressure on the Islamic Republic and offering maximum support to the Iranian people is finally a strategic policy option to the U.S. government. These two cannot work without the other. Simply applying maximum pressure and hoping that the regime will change its behavior is still continuing the same false premise of the past 44 years, and merely supporting the Iranian people without holding the Islamic Republic accountable for its crimes and its terrorism through maximum pressure will also be incomplete. So maximum support is 15 points. We have copies of it. It's, of course, available on NUFDI's website as well. Many of you will have probably read it. I'm not going to go through each of the 15 points, just to say that finally, and many of my esteemed colleagues on this panel have their own excellent solutions as well, and I'm sure we'll discuss them, but a 15-point policy proposal that goes through each area of the U.S. government, from the U.S. Congress to different executive departments, the State Department, the Treasury Department, Homeland Security, national security agencies, and what they can specifically do to support the people of Iran and hold the Islamic Republic accountable. So the cry from Washington, the cry from many in different administrations that there were no solutions or they didn't know what to do to help the people of Iran is no longer a solution that we will accept, because these aren't perfect solutions, but at least it's a start and there are solutions. And I look very much forward to engaging in a conversation about this with my esteemed colleagues, and thank you all for listening to me drone on.
Good morning. It's wonderful to be back at NUFDI. I'm a big fan of all your work, a true voice of the Iranian American community, and thanks to Cameron and Dr. Ganji for the invitation today. As we're speaking, we are witnessing barbaric behavior by Hamas against Israel, and I'm reminded about what the Iranian people have been telling the international community about the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which arms and funds Hamas. Common chants during the Women Life Freedom movement were, the IRGC is our ISIS. Fast forward today, those words ring so true. Babies murdered, elderly women burned alive, Holocaust survivors taken hostage are only some of the atrocities we've been witnessing this week, and they've been enabled by the Islamic Republic. Sadly for the Iranian people, this is nothing new. They have a singular voice in warning the world about the dangers of this regime, but for too long, the world has not been listening to them. And I think it's time that they start listening to them and empowering them, because they are the answers to eradicating this evil. So what can the West do to support their aspirations and to empower them? Here, our panel will discuss all this and more. I'm going to ask each panelist to open up with 2 to 3 minutes of opening remarks, and then I'll engage with a Q&A with them. If there's time, and we hope to open it up to the audience for question and answers. So Cameron, let me start with you. Well, I love it. Morgan, we'll go Morgan.
Yes, first Morgan.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you to NUFDI and to all of you for being here today. And what a week it's been, I think for all of us. And reflecting on not just this week, but the topic of the panel, I do think that the Biden administration needs a fundamental new approach to Iran. It's really too early to tell about how the attacks in Israel will affect the Biden administration's calculus with respect to Iran, but I am hopeful that this is the, excuse the turn of phrase, come to Jesus moment that they actually need. Since President Biden was Vice President Biden, and he was on the campaign trail, calling for a rollback of President Trump's maximum pressure campaign and further diplomacy with Iran. And then, of course, we saw, once he entered the White House, this approach of diplomacy. He's been hell-bent on re-entering into a JCPOA 2.0 of sorts. And frankly, what has that gotten us? We see thousands of peaceful protesters dead, men, women, children. And then on last Saturday, we saw an Iranian-backed terrorist group wage, Israel's own 9/11. And so I wonder here, if we think about where do we go from here, right? Where does the Biden administration go next? And I do think that this administration missed a fundamental opportunity last year during when the protest movement initially emerged. While I do think that the Biden administration and the people working for him are dedicated to human rights and they care deeply, it wasn't enough. We saw President Biden miss a huge opportunity in backing the Iranian protest movement and reshaping his approach to Iran. But as we think about what this approach would look like, I think it's worth considering an approach that JINSA has advocated for, and that is one of regime collapse. This includes applying economic, military, diplomatic, with public and private diplomacy, as well as political pressure on the regime. Clearly, economic pressure includes sanctions, but more importantly, enforcing the sanctions that we have. We've seen too often that this administration has refused to enforce the sanctions, and China has been able to purchase Iranian oil, and the regime has profited from it, and that revenue has gone directly into the hands of the IRGC. And then, of course, we need to restore military deterrence. Diplomacy, I think we need to be isolating Iran to the maximum extent possible. Too often, I think we are in reaction mode in this administration, and I think one of the pivotal points comes this past summer when we saw the UN Human Rights Council, of all organizations, they named Iran to the Social Committee. And what happened? What was the Biden administration's response? It took 2 weeks to issue a condemnatory statement. There was nothing that they did. They could have been more proactive, and yet these are, again, own goals, missed opportunities by the administration to really put pressure on the Iranian regime. I think that there are a number of other opportunities, working with the diaspora community in particular. I mean, you all here today are an incredible resource that I don't think this administration has really tapped into fully and has really, truly listened to. There are other opportunities to be working with Congress. I think, NUFDI's maximum support report is an amazing place to start for Congress, and how Congress and the administration can work together to build support for the Iranian people, leading to the collapse of the Iranian regime. And so I feel that as we look forward, I'll note that Biden, and to do any of this, I think he truly wants to preserve the space for a nuclear agreement, but I think that time has passed. And it, unfortunately, I think takes a tragedy like the one that we've seen this week to really sort of wake this administration up. And so I do hope that moving forward, this administration takes a new approach. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you.
Great, thanks, Morgan. Kasra?
Thank you, Jason, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. So thank you to NUFDI, and I want to start by saying that the people of Iran truly stand with the people of Israel. The existence of the Islamic Republic is an existential threat, both to the Israeli people and the state of Israel and to the people of Iran. So we really do stand with you. I want to take a step back when we discuss what we can do, because practical support is what we need here. The time for slogans is over. And to do that, we have to understand the pillars of the Islamic Republic. How does the Islamic Republic function? The Islamic Republic essentially functions on 2 pillars: the pillar of suppression and terrorism, and the pillar of propaganda, sarkub va tabligat. The foundation of that is an economic resource, and whether that's through slush funds, through the black economy, whether it's through getting frozen assets unfrozen. So policy should be really geared towards targeting these 2 pillars and weakening them. If we want to move beyond the Islamic Republic, if we want a free Iran, we have to focus on targeting these 2 pillars. So the next question is, well, how do you target these 2 pillars? And the reason I say there's these 2 pillars and these 2 pillars only is because the Islamic Republic doesn't have a constituency, doesn't have a support base. It's lost that. We see, I've managed to get my hands on a recording from the IRGC's Baghiat Allah headquarters. And the IRGC commander himself states that based on our reading, we have, 20%, and this is them being, obviously, this is propaganda incorporated in this. They say we have, based on our own assessment, 20% support base. Well, you see that, well, 16 million, well, 50% of them are old age pensioners, as well as children. So really, we only have 8 million. 8 million out of a population of 80 million. Now, that even propaganda is incorporated into that, but the point being is they do not have a support base, they do not have a strong constituency, so it really is based off 2 pillars. So the next question is, how do we weaken these 2 pillars? And that's a combination. I want to run through some policy options here that I think we have to take. I think the US has a responsibility to lead this, because the Europeans, and I say this as a Brit, won't move without US support. So the transatlantic element here is absolutely key. And I'm not interested in getting into partisan politics. I'm an Iranian and then a Brit. So for me, the politics here, all I care about is Iran. If we look at the options, 3 policy steps that immediately must be taken. The US needs to work with its European allies to get the IRGC prescribed. That has to happen. The IRGC is a violent Islamist extremist organization. It is operating no differently to the likes of prescribed groups from ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, Hamas. The IRGC needs to be prescribed. That's one quick one. I'm going to race through these because I want to open it up, and when we can have this discussion, we can go into it in more detail. The second policy step that we've been calling for a while now, is to hurt that economic base of the regime, but also target its propaganda pillar. We need, and I say we, there needs to be a joint transatlantic task force to identify regime oligarchs, elites, and proxies. They are everywhere. They're everywhere in Europe. They're everywhere in the UK. They're in Canada. They're in the US. These individuals need to be targeted. They need to be sanctioned. They need to have travel bans imposed on them. Take their passports away. They need to be on the first flight back to Tehran. They should not be here living lavish lifestyles. They should not be here living lavish lifestyles on the Iranian people's money when the clerics and the IRGC commanders are killing our men and women in Iran. That simply cannot happen. That needs, by the way, US support. I've spoken to the Europeans, and every time you speak to the Europeans, and we've got a fantastic security minister, I'd like to say Tom Tugendhat is brilliant, and he's open to this idea, but we need American support. This needs to be joint. It needs to be a transatlantic initiative. We've done it with Russia. And this will scare the Islamic Republic. This hits them where it hurts. So that needs to happen as well. The third issue, I've worked tirelessly, and a small contribution, but to identify the networks of the Islamic Republic. So you've got the oligarchs, but you've also got the ideological networks that they've created, IRGC centers. You have got a plethora of hardline ideological organizations in Europe particularly, but also in America, also in Canada. Whenever we expose these organizations and centers, the last one was a few weeks ago, we exposed an IRGC cell in London. The response is, we'll open a lengthy bureaucratic inquiry. That's simply not good enough. A few weeks ago, we exposed the Islamic Students Association of Britain, which is connected to the Islamic Students Association of Europe, an entity that is controlled by the Beit Rahbari. They hosted senior IRGC officials. They hosted 3 of those IRGC officials, a senior IRGC Lebas Shakhsi commanders. One of them, Saeed Qasemi, has on record stated that he trained Al-Qaeda in 2019. In these speeches directly to British Muslim students, they are glorifying IRGC terrorism, they are propagating extreme anti-Semitism, and even calling on British Muslim students to join an apocalyptic army to, in their own words, to end the lives of Jews worldwide. We don't need lengthy bureaucratic inquiries. All the evidence is there. These people, these centers, they need to be targeted with Magnitsky sanctions. They all linked to Ayatollah Khamenei, the gross human rights violator who's responsible for all the bloodshed. So that's another issue that we need to focus on. Have I still got time?
I want to...
1 minute.
Just one more.
1 minute. Okay. Then there's another one, but I'll move on to the diaspora, because I think the diaspora has a really, really key role here to play as well. When we say maximum support and maximum pressure, we have to step up as well. And I think, look, there have been some great calls for the US, for example, to the call for the creation of a strike fund, which I think, by the way, is a brilliant idea. If the US isn't going to unfreeze our assets to fund this strike fund, we have between 8 to 11 million Iranians abroad, an Iranian diaspora community, the majority of whom are very successful. Why don't we create our own strike fund? The same goes with Starlink, the provision of internet. This is, again, practical support. The Iranian people need practical support. If the West isn't going to do it for us, we need to mobilize. We can do it. Provision of Starlink. UANI has launched Project Constellation. That is it's an entity where we can make direct donations as an Iranian community to ensure the provision of Starlink in Iran's borders. And these examples, so Starlink, Strike Fund, communications, strategic communications is another thing that we need to focus on. We need to come together as a diaspora community. There's been a lot of division. We need to come together now, and even if we disagree with each other, let's put that aside for a second and think about practical support, because that's what the Iranian people need, practical support. And we can do it ourselves. We need to start believing in ourselves, and we need to come together as a community, not just rhetorically, but in terms of we need to put money behind this. We need to find ways to support the Iranian people. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Khosrow. Michael?
Thank you very much. Thank you to Dr. Ganji, to Cameron, to NUFDI for having me. If there's been one event, of course, since the past year, it's been that there can be no more illusion about the legitimacy of the Islamic Republic. All of you know that it had no legitimacy, but too many people in the United States looked at the trappings of power, associated that with legitimacy. Thank God that that illusion is now stripped bare. I want to commend the work of NUFDI with regard to maximum support, but I also want to drill down on one item which I feel is missing. Before I do that, the do no harm bullet is incredibly important. Enough with politicians selling out the freedom of the Iranian people for a donation from Miriam Rajavi. Enough with this illusion of ethnic separatist movements. The worst thing that the United States can do is signal to the Iranian people, the vast majority of whom are nationalists, that we mean Iran harm. The Iranians are an ally. It's not an enemy state, and we've got to stop treating Iran in such a way that we will not be able to come back from the brink. I know from my experience in Iraq, when the change happens, it happens quickly, and we've got to be prepared to hit the ground running, which is why NUFDI's report is so important. Now, when I lived in Iran decades ago now, one thing that became clear from wandering around, doing my dissertation research, meeting people and so forth, is one of the greatest intelligence failures that persists within the United States. We always talk about hardliners or reformers in the political sphere, but we don't talk about the factional divisions within the Pasdaran. And as we've seen through the protest movement, until the Pasdaran is fractured, until it's brought to collapse, they are going to be the Praetorian Guard which fires on the Iranian people, murders the Iranian people, and suppresses the aspirations for freedom of the Iranian people. Therefore, I would argue that what one focus of the United States policy must be is how do you sow division within the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps? We all know, anecdotally, that it's not homogenous. But even though Rand Corporation and others have said, well, there's this faction and that faction, we just don't have precision. Now, when I would wander around Iran, and this was just my first time 8 years after the Iran-Iraq War ended, after Khomeini drank from that chalice of poison, and hopefully every official within the Islamic Republic will soon drink from their own chalice of poison. But it was clear that veteran services within the Islamic Republic of Iran are horrible. As much as Americans complain about the VA, in Iran, it's exponentially worse. Now, I've had the privilege of teaching for the US Navy for a decade. I spent more than a year at sea talking about Iran and other problem sets in the Middle East for deployed American Navy and Marines. And one thing I did as I learned about the Navy is understand the concept of these hospital ships which we send to areas in need. This may seem out of the box, but why don't we send a hospital ship to Dubai and offer veterans of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps free medical care? Either they take it, which is a huge propaganda win for the United States and shows the lack of legitimacy even from the so-called Praetorian Guard, or they're prohibited from taking it, which is only going to sow more division and highlight the failure of the Islamic Republic to take care of the people who, in theory, are their ideological supporters. At the same time, and the hospital ship can't get attacked because Dubai holds so much Iranian money that the Iranians have no ability to do that. I mean, it would be suicidal for them. Now, beyond that, when I talk to people anecdotally, some of whom have family members who have joined the Pastoran, oftentimes they join not out of ideological conformity, but if they're going to get conscripted anyway, then why not get a little bit higher pay, more gasoline ration, and so forth? We've got to show that that is not an acceptable choice. No one who makes the moral decision, or the immoral decision, I should say, to join the Pastoran should ever be able to get another visa to the United States, to Europe, or elsewhere. It's time to stigmatize the Pastoran and have a laser focus. When we talk about the various points, it's time to direct the American intelligence community, the European intelligence community. My former roommate, Tom Tugendhat, would also abide by such thing, to focus. How do we dismantle this apparatus of terror upon the Iranian people? Because for all we wish, or I should say the Biden administration and others wish, for muddle-through reform, until you deal with the Pastoran problem, that reform isn't going to happen. The other and final point I would make is that the time is now. Too often, we look at policy in stasis. But the fact of the matter is, 83-year-old, partially paralyzed, cancer-stricken octogenarian ayatollahs tend not to have a long lifespan. And it's time to be prepared and hit the ground running. I'm not sure Europe is or the United States is, but this is where we all can take a lead. And so I conclude, again, by thanking NUFDI for all their hard work. Thank you.
Can I just
Sure.
say that, Dr. Ganji, we should be making some internal notes. This was a big mistake because I now look horrible, and next time NUFDI should not invite such good speakers to a panel that one of its own team members is sitting on, because by comparison, there's very little I can say or add.
Thank you for those very rich comments, and I want to drill down on a few of these points. I think we're in a moment now where the Ukrainian diaspora and the Ukrainian people, the Iranian people and the Iranian diaspora, and the Jewish diaspora as well around the world are demanding that the IRGC be listed as a terrorist organization. The United States has taken this step, but we are still waiting for our closest allies in Europe, the United Kingdom and the EU, in addition to other countries, Australia, New Zealand, etc., to take this step with the United States. So how can we get the international community to treat the IRGC as a terrorist organization where Hamas is already listed as a terrorist organization by the EU and the UK? So if the satellite is listed as a terror organization, but the mothership isn't, that just doesn't make sense. So how can we get our European allies to fill this gap? And Cameron, you want to start with you?
Sure. I think that before getting to your question directly, everything that the three of you said is so accurate, and I should say, as particularly to Dr. Rubin's point, NUFDI is so thankful to all of our speakers who never get a speaker's fee, unlike Mrs. Rajavi's speakers, who I hear are paid quite handsomely. And our speakers are better anyways. The IRGC, as Dr. Rubin said, for Iranians really is a pariah already. They see, of course, there are those who are forced in perhaps some ways to join the service, but as Dr. Rubin said, that shouldn't be an excuse for their behavior. And if Iranians themselves, who are the ones who are struggling against the IRGC, they're the first and foremost victims of the IRGC, but they're not the only victims of the IRGC. The United States, American citizens are victims of the IRGC. The Jewish community, the bombing in Buenos Aires, are victims of the IRGC and the Islamic Republic's terror network. Our allies and friends, Arab countries in the Persian Gulf, are victims of the IRGC. So there's really no excuse now. It's not as if the IRGC's terror is isolated to the people of Iran or one group or one country. It really is an international pariah. And to your point, Jason, the fact that they would sanction the subgroups as terrorist groups, but not sanction the group itself, makes no sense whatsoever. And I think Castro probably is better suited to get into some of the specifics than I about why the Europeans have been lacking in that department. The United States has, of course, done so. There was, as we all probably remember, some rumblings at the beginning of the Biden administration that President Biden was considering delisting the IRGC. The fact that he did not do that, I think, of course, you on this stage, but also the Iranian-American community should take some credit for swiftly taking action, for swiftly raising pressure on the administration and saying that if they were to delist the IRGC, there would be a political cost. So to Castro's point about Iranian Americans taking this upon our own shoulders and not simply having our hands out hoping that Western governments will do something or that the United States will do something for the people of Iran, Iranian Americans themselves, in support of Iranians at home, have done a lot of advocacy on this and prevented, at least for now, the IRGC being delisted here in Washington. And also Iranians are extremely active in Europe, as I'm sure all of you know. Castro certainly is well acquainted with Iranians being active on this point in Europe. As to why the British aren't listening or the Europeans aren't listening, there's lots that I've read, I'm sure all of you have read, about legalistic arguments, or it's not possible because it's a national military, etc., when everyone knows that the IRGC is not Iran's military. The word Iran does not even appear in the name of the IRGC. It's not the Iranian regime's Guard Corps, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, it's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is separate from the Artesh, or Iran's national military, and indeed was created out of a fear of Iran's Artesh, or national military. So the threat is to everyone. Surprisingly, President Biden was not weak on this point and actually held his ground. As to why the Europeans aren't, I'll perhaps pass to my fellow panelists.
Thankfully, President Biden rejected the advice of those who were pushing him to delist the IRGC, and those people who advocated for doing so are very quiet today. I would be as well.
I wonder if they were members of the Iran Experts Initiative.
Potentially. Morgan.
So when the voice of God was introducing me, they went with my former DoD title. I was also Chief of Staff to Ambassador Nikki Haley up at the UN. And when she, I think it was her first week, when she came up to New York, she declared that she was going to be taking names against those member states that had an anti-Israeli bias, would not stand up for Israel, and quite frankly, those that would do Israel harm. And so I think that is exactly what the Biden administration needs to do now. Taking a look at what has happened over this past week, there can be no denying that the IRGC is a terrorist organization that supports other terrorist organizations. Hamas has been resourced by Iran for decades, while Hezbollah to Israel's north is more of a subsidiary of Iran, a proxy of the IRGC. I think what we're seeing specifically with Hamas right now, that is undeniable, that the IRGC supports terror across the world, and that is there in the eyes of the dead children that are displayed on TV on a daily basis coming out of Israel. And so I think moving forward, the Biden administration needs to look around the world, to look at our NATO allies, including Turkey, take a hard look at them and demand that they take a stronger stance, not only against Hamas, but against the IRGC. Taking a look at our European allies, I think Congresswoman Tenney from New York has done an extraordinary job. She's been out in front of everyone. She got ahead of everyone here when she sent letters to members of the European governments telling them to designate the IRGC as a terrorist organization. She has done an extraordinary work in making sure that the world is well aware of the IRGC's crimes and the threat that it poses to its people. Our European allies, including our friends in the UK, are allowing Iranian flights to enter their airspace, land in their airports, and transfer weapons and material to to Russia to kill Ukrainians. Europe needs to wake up, and the United States needs to use all diplomatic leverage to ensure that the IRGC is given its proper place on that terrorism watch list. Thank you.
Thanks, Morgan. Castra?
You have a lot to answer for, Castro.
Yeah, I remember we called, my former organization at the Tony Blair Institute, we called for the IRGC to be prescribed in January 2020. We were the first European organization to do so. And this was based off evidence that we had found. I'd unearthed the internal training manuals of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. These are the training manuals that are used to indoctrinate IRGC members and their families. So indoctrination now makes up more than 50% of training in the IRGC. So more than 50% of your training in the IRGC is ideological indoctrination. So what are they teaching their recruits is obviously the key question. They are teaching their recruits and their families to wage armed jihad against Jews, Christians, Zoroastrians on the basis that, quote, they have unacceptable faith and must either convert to Islam or must be killed. As well as that, they are calling on their recruits, they're calling on their members to not only kill Iranians who are opposed to the Islamic Republic, but torture them prior to their death based on the view that they are muharibs. And we know that many of the protesters in Iran have been killed, murdered, and tortured on the charge of being a muharib. So in terms of ideology, they are no different. It's also worth flagging that the Islamic verse from the Quran that is above the IRGC's emblem is the most cited Quranic verse by ISIS and Al-Qaeda. So ideologically, they are no different to these prescribed organizations, but also in practice, look at their modus operandi, terrorism, hostage-taking, hijackings. We know how they behave. When it comes to prescription and the barriers to prescription, so the first thing that you will hear officials say, well, the IRGC is a sanctioned entity. Prescription's merely symbolic. That's false. That is a complete lie. Under the current sanctions regime, so as well as the IRGC conducting direct terrorist attacks or terror plots on European soil in Canada and elsewhere, the IRGC, particularly in the past few years, has doubled down on its efforts to nurture homegrown Shia radicalization and homegrown terrorism, using tactics very similar to that of ISIS Al-Qaeda. So through propaganda, through spreading extremist content at their centers, through their mosques, etc. The existing sanctions regime on the IRGC, however, does not prohibit the dissemination and propagation of violent Islamist extremist propaganda. So that's the barrier, that's the loophole that they are using, and they've doubled down on that. We see this. As I said, a few weeks ago in London, we exposed how British Muslim students tied to the Islamic Republic were communicating with the IRGC, the most senior IRGC commanders who belong to Mujtaba Khamenei's Habib Circle. This is the highest security intelligence circle in the Islamic Republic. That's not prohibited because of the existing sanctions regime. So the way to go around it and the way to make the point about prescription is it does not prohibit violent Islamist extremist propaganda. There is a growing homegrown Islamist extremist threat of terrorism, and we see this today. We're seeing this as we speak across Europe. So by prescribing the IRGC, you give government, you give the Charity Commission, you give tech companies a clear mandate to impose a full ban to prohibit any activity related to the IRGC. Not only that, it provides schools, it provides local communities with the right preventative tools to prevent and stop radicalizations in our local communities. When I say local communities, I mean our neighborhoods, our Western local communities. That does not currently exist. I've looked at the British Prevent Programme, I've looked at the European Union Prevent Programme, I've looked at individual countries. It is exclusively focused on Salafi jihadism. It is exclusively focused on Salafi jihadist radicalization. Very, very quickly, if I may, the point around conscription as well. There is so much misinformation around the point around getting conscripted in the IRGC. From 2010 onwards, so after the Green Movement protests, Khamenei doubled down on indoctrination. He wanted to create an more ideologically pure force. They did this first by increasing indoctrination from 30% to 50%, but also they changed the way they take their conscript intakes, because they didn't want ordinary Iranians doing their conscription in the IRGC, as they believed they would infect the minds of other members. So from 2010 onwards, they brought an internal law where the IRGC would recruit at least 70% of its conscripts, of its 50,000 conscripts, from the Basij, and these are active Basij members. The remaining 20%, so you've got 70% in some cities, like the major cities, you get almost 100% when there are enough active Basij conscripts. In other cities, the other 20%, you have Amrias. These are educated postgraduates. They have a direct choice, because they're postgraduates, they get more kind of prestigious office jobs rather than being a foot soldier. They have a choice to serve their Amria in the IRGC. If that person is doing so, we can say either they're materially driven, which that's on their conscience, or they are at least a little bit ideologically inclined, or fully ideologically inclined. And then there's a 10%, and that 10% in the smaller rural areas, it does come down to luck, but if you have the effective means to monitor and create task force to look into this, conscription should not be a barrier to prescribing the IRGC.
Thank you, Khosrow. Michael?
Very, very quickly. I believe it was the Henry Jackson Society's Elizabeth Sampson who recently pointed out that with the October 18th snapback deadline looming, that the current crisis we see is being overshadowed and the deadline will probably be lost. It's hard to believe that Iran wouldn't see the advantage of having the crisis when they did, killing several birds with one stone. The logic of Mike Pompeo's maximum pressure campaign had to do everything with Khatam al-Anbiya. I hate this notion, well, only the Quds force or only certain elements are military, the rest are social or involved. I mean, if Greenpeace put bombs on buses, I wouldn't give a hoot what they did with the spotted owl. They would still be terrorists, period. And the logic of the maximum pressure campaign was because of Khatam al-Anbiya, because today it's the equivalent without moral equivalence of the Army Corps of Engineers, KBR, Halliburton, Bechtel, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Walmart, and ExxonMobil all mixed together, is anyone who's doing a partnership with that becomes susceptible to lawsuits. This is why Peugeot, for example, backed out of its partnership, I believe it was with Iran Khodro, which is a Khatam al-Anbiya run company. Now, where I would criticize the question just a little bit is it's not just Europe, it's also East Asia. Japan, which has always had a strong relationship with Iran, if I may, and putting on my nerd cap, going back to Amin al-Sultan's 1904 trip to Tokyo. Now, we've got a situation where whenever I talk to Asian companies, and also many European companies, they are scared to death of the reputational damage. Forget prescription, although that is hugely important and should be the top priority. Forget sanctions for a moment. Simply the reputational damage of being susceptible to lawsuits by family members of victims of terrorism, or from family members of those who had their eyes shot out. That is something that will allow or force companies to police themselves and figure the price of collaboration with the Pastaran and its cadre of companies simply isn't worth it. It needs to be another pillar to the legal strategy to name and shame these companies who are doing business with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, period.
Thank you, Michael. I want to now turn to how the Iranian diaspora can help, because I have witnessed over the last year an unprecedented degree of energy, activism, and passion in the community over the plight of their compatriots and their desire to change U.S. and European Iran policy. So how best can the Iranian diaspora force change in Washington and also in Europe? Cameron?
It's a critical question. Castro brought it up, of course, earlier. I want to, if I can, dispel with what I think is a bit of a misnomer or a bit of a something that people just say, but I don't see an immense amount of overwhelming proof that it is true. Of course, it's important for people to be united. Of course, it's important for people to be on the same page about the big issues. I think that the Iranian diaspora largely is. I think that this notion of, people always lecturing, or Iranians lecturing ourselves of, you guys need to get your act together and get united, is overdone. I think that if you look at the change in the diaspora, which you referred to in your question, in the past 12 months, these massive successes, for example, something that was discussed yesterday on day one, the MASA Act passing the US Congress 410 to 3, that wouldn't happen if the Iranian diaspora, Iranian Americans weren't united. I think that, of course, if you go on Twitter, everyone is divided about everything. There's no unity on Twitter on any subject, on Iran, on US politics, on soccer, on anything. So I think this notion that Iranians are not united or Iranians need to work together is really overblown. In my opinion. Of course, again, you have to just put aside Twitter and any conversation you have about unity or anything, or really mental health in general. But Iranians are united, I think. I think Iranians have done a fantastic job. The success that they've shown in the past several months, again with the MASA Act, the work that they're doing in Europe, these protests that you've seen, which have just been massive. I mean, tens of thousands of Iranians, most of the people in this room have probably been to one, if not all of them, in their time here in Washington, or in Paris, or in London, or in Los Angeles. And in those protests, of those tens of thousands of people, a few things have changed. Up until several years ago, you would have never really seen the Iranian flag. You would have seen the Islamic Republic's flag or something else. So Iranians are united around basic things. They're supportive of Iran's heritage, its flag, as Dr. Rubin said, its territorial integrity, which is a critical matter for all Iranians. But you also see people aligned on those major principles, but with different tactical views or different ideological views. You see monarchists next to Republicans, next to leftists, next to right-wing people, next to, God knows what. And amongst Iranians, there's a lot of God knows what out there, I think. But people are united. And so I think that the first step is for that unity to continue. And for us, let's not sell what we've already got. Or what's the expression now that, you've sold it to somebody, don't buy it back. So let's not talk ourselves down from, oh my God, we're not united, oh my God, there's so much division. There's really not, I think. Of course, everything can be improved in the 5% on the extremes, right. But those people are out of the mainstream. For the mainstream, I think people in this room are united, people outside of this room on the streets, and they're united because they're inspired by the people of Iran who are united on the streets of Iran. The people on the streets of Iran aren't asking the person who's taking a bullet to their left or a rock to the face to their right, by the way, are you voting for a monarchy or a republic? They're saying, how the hell are we going to dodge this bullet that's coming right at us, and how are we going to take those guys over? And so Iranians, I think, abroad are inspired by that unity, and themselves are united, and I think they need to take the wins. I think our community is not really accustomed to political wins, and people were sort of shocked by the MASA Act. Like, how did this really get that far? Does it really mean anything? This 40 years of embedded skepticism and cynicism really has done a number on a lot of people, I think. And so to take those wins and go forward and get more, and so you take the win of the MASA Act, and you go through maximum support, point 1 through 15, we add the points that you find people on this stage have, and you get those done. And maybe it takes a different administration to do all of them, but we can start getting them done, whether it's here in Washington or in other European capitals.
Thank you. Morgan?
Thanks. First, I want to congratulate NUFDI on your extraordinary work on the MASA Act. Truly,
And many others also.
Oh, absolutely. But I was getting to that. But I'd also like to congratulate everyone in this room who fought for that. I know Andrew in particular. I was on the phone with you, multiple times throughout that process, and I think the work that this community has done to really unite around that important piece of legislation is truly, truly extraordinary. With that said, I still do want to stress the importance of building on this momentum, and staying unified. And it's not something to just throw away, that we need unity, we need cohesion. I'm saying it from a practical sense. I work in government affairs, working with Capitol Hill, working with the administration, staffers, members of Congress, they don't want to hear multiple messages coming out of various groups from the diaspora community. They want consistency. Thank you. They want consistency. They want a very clear message to advise their bosses on where to go and the concrete steps they need to take. And so that is why, if you want to move the needle, that is why y'all need to be united. And I think with the MASA Act, we saw that. If we can get around, and I'm not Iranian, but if the
Honorary.
Oh, appreciate that. But if the Iranian community can get around big buckets of policy initiatives that they can all agree on and push for those with Congress, with the administration, I think you're going to see massive results. Thank you. I would also note that I think particularly, as I noted in my opening comments, that, look, the Biden administration, quite frankly, the Trump administration, the Obama administration, haven't really done a really great job at working with the diaspora community, right? There is opportunity for that, but also I think that you have maximum chance of success if you do get around together some major commonalities that you are pushing for. And so truly, while I applaud the MASA Act and everything that this community has done, keep the momentum going. Thank you.
Before going to everyone else, you're exactly right about previous administrations not engaging the Iranian-American community. I do, however, have to refer to one exception to that rule, and I think everyone in this room appreciates, and on this panel, the really excellent leadership of former Special Envoy to Iran, Brian Hook, who was just fantastic in that regard. And that rule stands. I think he's the one exception.
Thank you. Kasra?
Yeah, it's a very important question. And I want to echo some of the stuff that Cameron said. I had never seen, and I think my parents' generation had never seen, the scenes of the diaspora community coming together when we saw the protests break out, and that was every city in the world. We saw Iranians of different political views, inactive, active, for the first time coming out to support the people of Iran, and that was so key. In that moment, if you actually observe the Islamic Republic's communication, if you actually observed what the IRGC was saying, that was when they were worried. Because for the first time, the people of Iran and the Iranian community outside were connected. And that bond, I think, is a winning bond. And that really, you saw Abbas Araghchi came out, and we should not let Iranians abroad mobilize like this on the streets of Europe. Now, at the same time, so I think that unity, that point is an absolutely important one, and it's one I often say to European policymakers and Americans when I meet them, that this idea that it's completely fractured is, look, don't buy into that. Compare it to 2-3 years ago. The past 44 years, we've not seen the Iranian diaspora come out like this together. But, and there is a but, and I think it's an important but, we have a diaspora community that obviously has different political ideologies, we have different views on form of governance. All of that aside, that needs for until the Islamic Republic exists, we shouldn't even be thinking about those issues. The goal should be aligning ourselves alongside of each other. And I want to actually, for the first time, quote Khamenei, and I've said this in Farsi. Khamenei said when he was talking to, I think it was in 2013, he was talking to IRGC cultural officials about how to mobilize. He said, we need to create an organizing structure. We need to create networks. And this person and that person, they may disagree with each other, but they need to stand alongside each other in a front facing our enemies. They mean us. We need to repeat that strategy against the Islamic Republic, because that's how we can succeed. When we're united, we may have disagreements, left, right, form of governance, whatever. The people of Iran will decide that. But until the young Iranian women, our men, are going on the streets, they're getting killed. Meanwhile, we are discussing issues that, quite frankly, all our focus should be on them and supporting them. And the key point, I think, here is practical support. And that's where we can have an impact. As I said, 8 to 11 million Iranians, very successful. Apparently, we're the most successful immigrant community in the world, according to the BBC. But I don't usually listen to the BBC these days. But they may be right on that. But we need to come together. We need to think about practical support. We need to forget our differences. If that means X group setting up a group and working on its own and doing its own things, setting up its own strike fund, doing whatever, that's fine. Y group can do the same. As long as that practical support reaches the hands of the Iranian people, it doesn't matter. We have one goal, and that's fighting the Islamic Republic, and we can only do that if we're alongside each other. The Islamic Republic has the classic strategy, divide and conquer. And I, of course, recognize that what we see online, a lot of it's the cyberies. We know that, of course. They lay the traps, and unfortunately, of course, it's a heated kind of emotional environment, and sometimes people go head first into the traps. Let's stop. If what we say doesn't hurt the Islamic Republic, don't say it. Focus on the goal. Let's focus on practical support, and we can do it. We have enormous resources. We can have immense impact, just like we had last year. In that October to December period. We need to go back to that, and the focus should be Islamic Republic. And if we do that, focusing on practical support, I have no doubt that we'll be successful, because when we came together, that's when the IRGC, that's when the Beit Rahbari, that's when they were worried. And we need to do that again.
Thank you. Michael?
I'll say the same thing I say when I work with Armenians or Kurds or other communities. The audience can't be yourselves. The audience has to be those outside. I can't add better than what we've already heard from my co-panelists, but the key audience has to be the non-Iranian American policymaker to push your way through and to get over this final hurdle. Thank you.
Thank you. Cameron, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to pick up very briefly on what Castro said, which I think is perhaps the most critical thing. We talked about unity. We got that out of the way. We're all aligned. But it's the practical bits, because I think one problem with this concept of unity is we think, okay, let's set up a revolutionary council, or let's get these 10 people in a room, or these 2 people in a room, or these 5 people in a room, and that's it. We've done it. We checked the box. Now we have unity. I think that's the totally wrong approach. I think that focusing on projects, whether it's the Project Constellation that you mentioned that you all are doing, whether it's the Massa Act, whether it's supporting X government to set up a strike fund, or this Iranian group doing it themselves, and having a project-focused mindset, things that you can actually deliver, and then when your group or my group or group X or Y or Z does it, then everyone should support that project, not because of who's leading the project or who's involved, or do we have 7 monarchists, 6 Republicans, 3 communists, and 2 pink-haired right-wingers? That doesn't really matter. Do you have people who are doing projects, not just choosing people because we're trying to check off every letter in the box and say, okay, we got everyone, and now we need a Mongolian too. We're not going to find everyone to do this. We're not going to find all these people. It's not painting a picture. we're trying to put projects that support the people of Iran. So that point you made is so critical.
Just on that, it's about the practical support. We don't need photo shoots. We don't need Twitter posts. That's not going to bring change to Iran. It's the practical element. We need to be practically focused, project-based. And as you said, different groups doing their own thing, that's fine. We need to support it because ultimately that's what's going to bring about change. And it's geared towards the people of Iran.
Thank you. I want to open it up to the audience a little bit now, and you'll see there are 2 microphones. Oh, okay, great. Okay. So I see one hand in the back over there, sir. With the white shirt, sir? Yes, please. And state your name and affiliation, please. I think that there'll be a microphone over there. Yes.
حسین مشعشع نزدیک به 30 سال است که با CPI کار میکنم Constitutional Monarchy of Iran و نزدیک 45 سال است که علیه خمینی میجنگم.
Sir, would you mind making your question in English so everyone can...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with CPI organization, which is Constitutional Monarchy of Iran, and I've been fighting with this regime more than 45 years, means before Khomeini walks in Iran. I was in Iran when I was 18. My grandmother and my father told me this is a propaganda from other countries. Do not get involved. They're dangerous. You don't know what the mullahs doing to us, but it happens. After I came to the United States, Mr. Reagan said, Mr. Carter made the biggest mistake in history by helping to remove the king of Iran. That's not what I'm saying. Mr. Reagan said. So I've been fighting on the street, on his speeches, everywhere. Now, I enjoyed all your speakers, Castro and Morgan and the other gentlemen. But the point I want to add is, don't you think the whole Western world, a member of NATO, should realize that we are facing another Hitler system in Iran? And the whole free world should see the bigger picture of the future of the world, not just personal benefits. They have been dealing, mismatching messages to Iran. Of course, the whole Iran rised up, but we have a problem. We have a problem with Obama. We have a problem with Clinton. We have a problem with Biden. I'm brave enough to bring it out. Obama brought sons and daughters of these mullahs to the United States with billions of dollars.
Sir, could you just phrase this in a question so we can have our speakers interact with it? Thank you.
They are living among us everywhere in the world. They trying to transfer the revolution, Islamic revolution, to a world. If we don't stop that, we're not going to be safe anywhere. We have to stop, I think we should stop and freeze all the assets of the mullah sons and daughters all over the world, Western world, NATO countries. Don't you think so, Castro?
Right.
Thank you.
Castro, you raised that point earlier. You want to delve into that a little more?
Yeah, I mean, on the ideological point, part of the IRGC's ideology, and it's extremely worrying, and we warned about this, we did a study on it, the militaristic doctrine of Mahdiism. And on that point, we see, particularly after 2009, they place more emphasis on this militaristic doctrine of Mahdiism. Now, the militaristic doctrine of Mahdiism says that there are barriers to the return of the 12th Imam, the hidden Imam, so-called hidden Imam, and that the IRGC is the military vehicle to remove these barriers. And this is what is being taught in indoctrination classes in the IRGC, particularly from 2009 onwards. IRGC indoctrinators are teaching their recruits that the biggest barrier is Israel's existence, and they draw on Shia narrations that state that before Mahdi arrives, there will be a final apocalyptic war with the Jews where Shias emanating from Iran, as well as the other regions, will destroy the state of Israel. There'll be rivers of blood, etc., etc. Now, we are seeing, particularly amongst the third and fourth generation of IRGC, so the younger generation, there's a rising cult of Mahdiism. Now, this cult of Mahdiism views the Islamic Republic's ballistic missile program, militia program, and nuclear program as tools that can support Mahdi in his apocalyptic war. Why I'm saying this is the single biggest threat to the existence of the state of Israel. What is particularly worrying is that right now, as we are seeing terrorist attacks on the state of Israel, the IRGC is doubling down on this Mahdiist narrative, doubling down on this Mahdiist doctrine. So that's particularly worrying. On the assets and the oligarchs, I think I've said that task force needs to be joint, transatlantic, treat Khamenei oligarchs no differently to that of Putin's. They are both totalitarian, kleptocratic, corrupt regimes to their core. So we need that instantly.
Thank you. Sir in the blue shirt over there? Yes.
Good morning. Good morning to the panelists. Good morning to everybody in the room. This question goes for Mrs. Morgan. Morgan, 3 weeks ago on Wednesday in Georgetown University, Negar Mortazavi from NIAC with 15 people of her friends were there. 100 people in that room, 80 of them were students, laptop on their laps or notes taking. And Negar Mortazavi just washed out every crime that this regime did by saying the total opposition of Iranian regime is only 200,000 people, and they are just a group of young people. They worry about their appearance. They want to be free like you, have no hijab. She mentioned that the killing of Mahsa was not a murder. She died. She mentioned that this regime is not the type of regime that picks up somebody on the street and kills them. No, this regime does not do that. She mentioned that the entire Revolutionary Guards and the people pick up people in the streets or shoots people. They're doing their job. They are not there to hurt people. They have no. They are not doing.
Can we put this in the form of a question because we're running out of time very quickly?
Sir.
Thank you.
Morgan, one of the problems we have is that our students in the schools are being penetrated. Our government, from Pentagon to the White House, been penetrated by these infiltrators. And I spoke with Dr. Rubin before, and I texted him about that. This is where we also have a huge problem. What are we going to do about this danger?
Sir, thank you for bringing that to the forefront. I think it's a very, very important conversation that we need to be having, particularly in our universities. Our university system clearly is being penetrated by propagandists who seek to whitewash the regime in Iran, just as we have blatant anti-Semitism reaping through campuses right now. It is a very hostile place to be a Jew, quite frankly. And I think that at this point, what do we do about it? I think it's important that the Iranian community, the Iranian diaspora, counteract that narrative. They combat that narrative. They join together and they seek to create their own narrative. It's been a little while since I've been in college, but I don't know what that current presence, that student presence looks like now. But there has to be a movement to push back on NIAC. I think at this point, look, colleges and universities, they're going to declare that everyone is welcome. Everyone is welcome if you have a certain message, right? And I think that's what we're seeing with NIAC right now. So I do encourage young people, students, they need to mobilize and they need to push back on this narrative, because otherwise these propagandists are they're going to win, and it's going to be their narrative that becomes truth.
Thank you. And one last question. Sarah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Rambiani. I'm an Iranian American activist that's been working on the MASA Act. And I have a question for Morgan. More so, just I want you to expand on a point you made earlier about congressional offices needing to hear a unified voice from the diaspora and a specific ask. So I wanted to see if you could expand on that point. And this question is also directed at the rest of the panel, if you would also like to provide some insight, because there are a lot of Iranian American activists here who do reach out on a regular basis to congressional offices. And if you could provide some advice for us, that would be amazing.
Love that question, love it, and I love it because as a former congressional staffer, I would often meet with advocacy groups from the Iranian diaspora, and as sympathetic and as empathetic I was to their message, what was the ask? What do you want me to do with this information that you're sharing with me? My heart is with you, and I want to help you, but I don't know how. And so that is why I think congressional staffers will need to rely on the Iranian diaspora to deliver specific messages that are easily transferable to their bosses. Communication is so critical. And I mean, Cameron, I love your report. It's very long.
I've gotten that feedback before.
So for example, one of the things that I've tried to do at GINSA is we also do very long reports, but what we also try to do is create key findings sections. They're 2 pages that really break down the points and include recommendations, actionable recommendations. Not there should be a strategy for this or there needs to be a policy change here, but very practical steps that Congress can make, or frankly the administration, because otherwise, those meetings, they're not going to get you anywhere.
I feel my board chair's eyes glaring on me after your comment, because for the past 6 months he's been telling me to take maximum support and break it down into one Instagram post per thing, so I could just feel him staring from over there. But for whoever works on the Hill or with people in Congress, as you leave today, we will have a small bottle of Xanax and a bottle of tequila for you as you leave, so please grab that as your parting gift. Yeah.
Michael?
And actually, very quickly, I just want to add one thing to what Morgan said with regard to the ask. Congressmen or officials in the Pentagon or the State Department could have 10 meetings a day. And if you do not ask them for something which is going to force them to continue to work and to task staffers, your meeting is going to be forgotten within an hour. The importance of the ask isn't simply what you want to ask. It's to get the gears of policy working in a more continuous way so that they have to research, they have to learn, and they have to digest. Otherwise, it's in through one ear, out through the other.
Wise counsel. And I think we're going to have to conclude there because we're sadly out of time. But thank you all for this wonderful panel.
Thank you to the panelists. Please join us for a brief coffee break. Yeah.
Does that one
The
say?
young Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Our next panel, Iranian Americans, a new political force in Washington, will discuss the emergence of a new generation of politically engaged Iranian Americans, exploring their activities and the potential role they can play in shaping policy and advocacy in Washington. We will be joined by Shali Zomorodi, award-winning news anchor for Fox 5 San Diego's Morning News, Nikon Khatibi, CEO of Ahura Healthcare, who actively engages American elected officials, and Marjan Greenblatt, founder of Aram, a longtime activist and NUFDI advisor. Moderating this panel is Mina Nurbakhsh, NUFDI's creative director. Welcome our panel.
So this is quite an exciting panel for me to moderate because my family and I have been advocating for a free Iran all my life, and we're very familiar with what it takes. And only this year has it become my job, and what an honor and a privilege to do the work I do and share the stage with you all. So let's first begin with how each of you got into activism. Shali, your situation is different because you're a journalist, and depending on who you ask, you can't be as vocally active. So how did you get involved in activism using your platforms to advocate for a free Iran?
First of all, good morning, and thank you to NUFDI for inviting me. It's right around this time. I'm usually, should be on air right now, doing the news. And when they invited me to be here today, to be on this panel, I said, I'm not the policy person. I'm not the one that's at the table making the rules and guidelines on how things should be. I've learned a lot over the past day, and there was one thing that really resonated with me yesterday. Len Khodorkovsky, I think I'm saying his name correctly, the former senior advisor to the State Department. I ran into him at the elevator yesterday, and he had said something on the panel yesterday that I found very interesting, and it resonated with me, where he said that every single one of us could be doing something to frustrate the Islamic Republic. Every single one of us. So some of you in this room may know I anchor the morning news. I have a very serious job during the day. In the morning, I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to work. It's not a good time to wake up. Most people are very grumpy, including my co-anchor. And in order to bring a little bit of light to a difficult job, quite often in commercial breaks, I will walk to the audio booth and I'll say, can you please play a little Shalom Shabbat for me? And at 5 o'clock in the morning, we get a good shishash beat on, and I start to make everybody dance. I've been doing this for almost 10 years. These clips soon started to go viral. And all of a sudden, what started coming back were people in Iran dancing and sending the videos back and saying, Shali, look, we're dancing here too. Wow. I want to dance like you. I want to be happy like you. I want to be free like you. And when he said that, the reason it resonated with me is because then it opened my eyes and said, Shali, you've done one heck of a job frustrating the Islamic Republic. Because in the past few years, I've heard from many of them. I'm not quite sure if they're inviting me to come to Iran, what it is exactly that they're saying to me. But what I have been able to do is keep a love and a light alive that without this, nothing will ever change. It's that those people want to be free, happy, and to do the things that we're doing on the outside of Iran. So it felt like over the past few years, it became my responsibility to continue to do that, to be a love and a light for them. But also, given that I'm a journalist and I do have a seat at a table with a microphone and a camera, is when these stories started to come out, to share the stories of my brothers and sisters in Iran.
Wow. So do I. Nikon, you work for political candidates, you host them. How did you get into that work?
Sure. It almost fell in my lap, to be quite honest with you. So I grew up in a small town just outside of Houston in Texas. And growing up as a hyphenated American, an Iranian American, a Zoroastrian American, it was super important for me to make sure that I was civically engaged. Right? People had to know who I was, what I was capable of, and where my family came from. And so my parents made sure I was volunteering in every organization you can imagine. Lions Club, Chambers of Commerce, Kiwanis Club, Senior Center. And I was always known as that young Persian guy. And so lo and behold, fast forward, I get a business degree, a medical degree, I start a healthcare company. I realized I'm armed with two tools. One, civic engagement. All these politicians used to come into my home for Persian New Year, Maragon, Jashna Sada, you name it. And then, now I'm armed with the tool of understanding healthcare and healthcare access. And so when time came for them to turn to people who had questions about healthcare, how do we fix healthcare in America, they would turn to me. Just because I was the guy next door that was always volunteering and just giving back in the community and being part of the social fabric. And so it afforded me so many great opportunities, like you said. Various appointments. I've been on the governor's healthcare board. I've served in the Trump administration. I've been to the White House a dozen times working with Kellyanne Conway. I've known the last 3 secretaries of Health and Human Services. I've traveled with Deepak Chopra. I've given talks on Zoroastrianism throughout the world. And so it really goes back to those roots of all politics is local. And so when you know your local politicians, you know your city council members, your police chiefs, your fire chiefs, the local seniors, well then, they just turn to you, and it's worked out really great for me. So I've been very privileged. And now with these doors that have opened up, I've been able to transition the conversation from healthcare now towards, hey, what do we do about human rights violations in Iran? And so recently, as you know, I've joined the Tim Scott campaign in the inner circle. We've gone to all the debates. He's come to our home on a number of occasions. And so Tim serves in a great position, obviously being on the banking committee in the Senate. And we've had such a great relationship. And again, it's afforded me those opportunities just to, hey, what about this? What about this issue with regards to Iran? It's an issue that you should take seriously. And so that's kind of how these doors open up for me over time.
Wow, that's fantastic. Marjan, tell us how you got involved in activism.
Thank you. Is this on? Okay, great. First of all, I'm so happy to be here. Those of you that I have talked to before knew that I was supposed to be in Israel this week, and I was not going to be able to attend this conference, and it was really one of my biggest regrets, how to balance, being there and attending the conference at the same time. But I'm heartbroken. I come to you really heartbroken with what has been going on in Israel. But I have to say also with all honesty, with all my heart, that this is the next best place where I could have been, among supporters, among friends, among people with so much compassion and support for really what happens, because this community in this room understands exactly what the people of Israel are going through. And I just want to thank you for that, just to start. I'm also just going to tell you how I got involved. All my life, I was very dedicated to being involved in humanitarian efforts. I was a volunteer with our local prisons. I worked with juvenile offenders. I worked for 7 years with the Anti-Defamation League, which is a prominent civil rights organization. I was working on bringing resources for underrepresented populations, and this was really my life's mission, to help underrepresented populations get representation, get rights, have access to resources that everybody else is benefiting from. Justice and equality, really, they are my personal mottos. But everything changed when the negotiations began with the Islamic Republic about 10 years ago. And at the time, we used to live in Washington, D.C. My husband was doing domestic policy work for the administration, and I got invited, because I was the Iranian wife, I got invited to a couple of Iran roundtables. And I really felt like those meetings were sieged by people who were supporters of the Islamic Republic, all of these reformists who had, or reformist wannabes, who had blinders on and could not really see the Iran that I knew about. And I had lived in Iran for several years after the revolution. I knew, even with my very limited knowledge at the time of the difference between reformists and the fundamentalists and this and that, I knew they were all the same. But there was just such jubilee over the election of Rouhani at the time, and such promise that, yes, we're going to engage in negotiations and everything is going to be okay. And I knew right away that I had to do something, but I really didn't have the skills. But I wanted to do something in order to change the dialogue and change the conversation. I could write, I could speak, I could connect people who had firsthand knowledge, but and I gathered those people together, but all the doors were shut. You could not publish an article in the newspapers. You could not get a representation on a panel like this. There were no organization like this to even give us a platform for a conversation that was slightly different from what was going on in this storm of negotiations and diplomacy with Iran. There was no room. You were either called a warmonger or you were called a diplomat or pro-diplomacy and pro-peace. And I was often called a warmonger. So I had to change the narrative, and that's how I got involved.
Such incredible stories, and I'm so glad it's led you all to this stage today. So I'm curious, for me, being an Iranian, Iran is a part of my identity. I mean, I'm nothing without it. Did you all, feel any more or less in touch with Iran, before and after advocacy? I'll start with you, Marjan.
So I told you I felt like I did not have the skills to do this. And my biggest weakness at the time was that I had at the time lived away from Iran for, 30 years, 20 years, and I felt like my Persian language facility had diminished. And so I knew that was a deficiency I had to really work on. And I did. And I not only I feel a lot more connected with Iran, right now I get 80% of my news source comes from Persian language diaspora media. It's either Kayhan of London, it's either Manotot, the Voice of America, International. These are great sources, and there are many others. Forgive me if I'm not listing them all. But I am using the Persian language media because I feel like they are really focusing on the most integral issues that are taking place, but also with a panoramic perspective. But in addition, yes, I am connected more culturally, and really my heart is there. My dreams are still about the streets of Iran. And when something happens there, I think that we feel the reverberations in our hearts and our minds all the time. Short
That's
answer.
a wonderful answer. No. Shally, would you like to go next?
Glad you asked me this question. So around my neck right now, this was a gift given to me. This is Iran. And the jeweler that made it for me, I said, I will buy this from you if you can put a zamarod, my last name means green emerald, and put it in the middle of Iran. And so I wear this around my neck very often, and I was recently on a panel with Her Royal Highness back in Los Angeles. And forgive me if you heard this, and I say this quite often. You can take a girl out of Iran, but you can't take Iran out of a girl. And I say that because as someone who is a daughter of an Iranian family, I was born and raised here. I've never lived in Iran in my life for not even a day. The last time I visited Iran, I was just 4 years old. But there's something, some connection that runs through me that wants to not turn my back away from it. It's alive in our home, it's alive with my kids, it's alive at my work. We celebrate Nowruz on Fox 5 every single year. And let me tell you the ironic part, and I'm learning this now, is that it took all these years to continue to identify with being Iranian, celebrating the Nowruz, putting on the Shalom Shabbat, encouraging you to eat warm sabzi with chicken, which, by the way, I get yelled at all the time for that.
Whoa. It's a crime.
Now I know who was sending me the messages on social media. But last September, when the events started to unfold, all of a sudden these people who I was able to pull in with the ghering, she's dancing again. She's doing this again. But what had happened is that all the work that I was trying to do to show the beauty of the culture, of our music, of our art, of our food, of our cuisine, of our people, all of a sudden the people who really weren't paying attention before said, why is Shally upset? Non-Iranians, and we'll get to that in just a minute because I think it was Michael, I don't know if he's still here, who just made a comment in this previous panel talking about the importance of engaging non-Iranians in this conversation. Is that when they see my morning news anchor that I see and I wake up with for the past 15 years, I can see the tears in her eyes. I can go to her social media and she has her head buried down talking to her kids and she's talking about Iran. You know what happened after that? I started to see my non-Iranian friends sharing stories about Massa, caring about Iran, coming to the table and saying, how can I help? And I think that that was key, at least for me in my journey, in my path.
Nikan, I'm curious, going along with what Shally's talking about, there has been a lot of change in the past 12 months. I mean, the activism from non-Iranians, Iranians has just been monumental. What else do you think has changed in the past 12 months? And why do you think people are more engaged now?
It's a great question. I would say it comes down to cultural diplomacy. I think that's one thing as an Iranian community we tend to forget, the power of reaching out to our non-Iranians and expanding our circles and bringing people from different walks of life and networks and people of the inspired together towards a common cause. And I think that's one of the key takeaways we should be taking from this conference is we can sit here, we can talk about all the atrocities, the problems we see in Iran, but at the end of the day, the movers and shakers who get things done are on Pennsylvania Avenue, they're in Congress, they're in Senate, and they're not going to maybe hear some of the things we talk about. They're going to see this as almost like a nagging episode, that we're always nagging about Iran. So it's important to break through those walls through cultural diplomacy, reaching out to them, talking with them, whether it be through dance and through the media, but really inviting them to your cultural events and getting to know them better. I would say, again, the key thing is cultural diplomacy. And then on a separate note, I know you had mentioned identity. Just like Shali, I've never been to Iran. I was born and raised in the US, but I think being that there was not a lot of Persians where I grew up, it was so important for me to maintain that hyphenated identity, right? That Iranian American, that Zoroastrian American. And so it afforded me the opportunity to really push towards identifying my culture and heritage and getting to know about Cyrus the Great, the Persian Empire, the Declaration of Human Rights, going to the UN, going to London, the British Museum, and seeing these cultural icons and learning about our history, but more importantly, sharing it with people. I cannot tell you, there has never been a Nowruz at my home where there is not civic leaders, politicians, members from the NRC, whoever at my home celebrating Persian New Year, Jashn Sadeh, Jashn Tirgan, whatever it is. And I think that's how you open up doors and move the needle forward, is through cultural diplomacy. So.
That's fantastic. I mean, definitely, growing up in elementary school, everyone knew how to pronounce my last name. Everyone knew, about Cyrus the Great because I made sure that they knew. So the three of you have stayed involved so well. Let's talk about the other side of it. How can we prevent people from taking a step back or, falling off or not being as involved? I'm really curious to hear what you think about that. Marjan, would you like to start?
Yeah, so I think you have to realize that this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. And many of us, whether it is because of the heartbreak of the news that comes from Iran on a day-to-day basis, or because of and the brutality, the relentless brutality of the Iranian regime, and now evidenced in Israel by their proxies of Hamas, the heartbreak and can just really get to you. You may feel like at some points you need to have a break from the activism. I think that eventually people who are doing this work will find a way to regulate and balance this. So I think, so recognize that it's a marathon. Renew your commitment to the cause. Even when things are complicated, there is division, there are fights among the opposition, we're humiliated because of these fights and because of this division. Just remember, what is the goal here? It's not to put down this person or that person. The goal is to reach and free Iran, and we want to eliminate the repressive regime, and we just have to keep focus on that, and I think that is a fuel that motivates and keeps things going. And then the third thing is that you need to find your own avenue for activism. I am so amazed at the doctors who are involved, as the healthcare professionals who are involved in different ways. You have to know what your skills are, what is the best avenue for you, and choose that. Anybody can be a human rights activist. You don't need to look like Amal Clooney or have her money in order to advocate for human rights in Iran. I'm Exhibit A for the fact that you don't need to look like Amal Clooney or have the money. You can just have the heart and have the compassion and the willingness to do it. And just keep going. Don't let these distractions, don't let the divisions get to you, and keep going.
Just on that note, I should say there's a number of doctors who signed the Declaration of Independence in the United States, and there's a lot of doctors who are in Senate and Congress, and so we're actually not just in healthcare, we can do a lot of different things. So I love that you brought that up.
One of the challenges in media, and we deal with this on a daily basis, is finding stories that people care about and they want to watch. Unfortunately, in the news, so much that we put out there is noise. I can tell you politics, because I think the name of this panel is I'm Not Political, right?
New political force.
Yeah, but it was a lot of people who just didn't want to get involved in politics. Mm-hmm. I'm one of those people. I'm a journalist. I mean, by really not by choice. I have guidelines that I follow as a journalist. For me, this is beyond politics. This is about humanity, and I'm a mother to 4 children. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that while I'm here, I leave this world for my kids and for all the kids in this world better than that was given to me. So for me, this is above politics. But keeping people engaged is about telling stories that people care about. And that's been the biggest challenge. There was a time, and you saw this, and I don't know if any of you had this feeling, when I was putting on the news, the protests and the Women Life Freedom, when we put the clip of Harry Styles holding up the Iranian flag during his concert, I mean, I've been in the news industry for 24 years. Have I ever seen the American community and non-Iranians step into Iran, defend Iran? Because when I was growing up, quite honestly, it wasn't the coolest thing to be Iranian. I was bullied. I was ran out of 3 schools, called many names growing up. That's changed. That has changed. And now when I talk to people, oh, I know Iranian. My best friends are Iranian. I go to their house for, Persian food. I love that crispy, ricey thing that you guys serve. But when they care, and they care about their neighbor, and they're their friends, then they begin to care about those things that their friends care about. Mm-hmm. So I will continue with this, but just before we started this, I went live just to tell everybody where we're at. And there were quite a few people from Iran who were watching. And the one thing that I love that they keep saying is they say, thank you for not forgetting about us. Thank you for caring and not turning your back on us. So the more that we can continue to tell stories, find ways to tell stories so that you bring people in is what really matters.
Yeah, no story is ever too small, no act is ever too small, and keeping the conversation going is so incredibly important to this movement. Nikon, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I'll just simply add that I think civic leaders aren't lone riders, and what that means is they have a network of the inspired and organizations around them. And so if you expect to move the needle forward again, you have to be engaged in various communities, not just this incredible organization, which I love, NUFDI, but so many other organizations, whether it be your local trade associations, like you said, healthcare associations, media associations. Those organizations, again, will hear your story and they will be champions for your story as well. And that's how you move the needle forward, by having all these various organizations and groups saying the same thing, especially, like she said, non-Iranians. When non-Iranians can also come to your cause, that's pretty incredible.
So, Marjan, I know that you're in touch with the people inside Iran. How do the people inside react to people being more engaged here in the US? Could you just speak on that a little bit?
So I have to say that I am in awe of the people of Iran, by their courage, by their integrity, by their determination. I think that the activist or diaspora activist community really is fueled from the courage and the determination that the Iranian people are showing every day by lifting their hijabs, by going on social media, by sharing their stories. And I post some things, through different outlets that I have. And I share it with some US-based or European-based Iranians, activists, whatever. I said, hey, just FYI. And they were like, I don't know if I want to click like because I like to go back and forth to Iran, or I like to be able to, I don't want to get political. And they're afraid of clicking like. And they should be ashamed of themselves for ignoring this information, ignoring all of this news that is coming out of Iran. But meanwhile, I see that the Iranians are not only active in sharing their stories, but they know the risk. They're at greatest risk. So there is definitely this symbiotic relationship, because those of us who are really committed see the courage, and we feel ashamed of ourselves when we don't act and reciprocate the courage that they are showing. The stories keep coming. And admittedly, the past 7 days, my focus has been mainly on the atrocities that are people who are sharing stories of the discrimination that they have experienced, the unfair arrest and imprisonment, the torture and the humiliation they have experienced while they were in prisons. These are stories that need to be recorded in history. These are not just part of the news that you will glance through. These are things that in the future, in the near future, I hope, we're going to look back at all of these atrocities that are happening in Iran by Iran's practices around the world. And we're going to have to ask ourselves, what did we do to stop it? What did we do about it? Did you raise awareness about it? Did you show support to the people who are suffering? If you had an outlet like Shally, did you use your platform to give them a voice? If you're a politician, did you vote in a humanitarian, honest, dignified way that will not only do the right thing, but also secure your own national interests in this country and in, honestly, all of the world. So I think that our destiny is just connected exactly to the destiny of Iranian people, and that's why we have to continue to echo each other. Just one last comment. There was an echo chamber conversation about all of the Iran insiders here yesterday, that the Iran insiders would just keep repeating what they wanted to do. We need to change the dialogue, and we have to create an echo system so that there is this conversation, this constant conversation and reciprocation with the people of Iran.
So in all of that, there was one part of what you said about social media. And I know social media has become such a great tool for us to continue the conversation, to be in touch with the people of Iran, and to share their stories. And so, Shally, I wanted to ask you, so, I'm a huge fan of your IG Lives. I love that you do that on your own, that you have conversations with the Iranian community on your own. And it's just a great way to connect with them. How has technology and social media helped you to be in touch with Iranians and advocate for a free Iran?
Yeah, I think everybody in this room knows how powerful social media has been a tool. There was a day and age when news broke. You'd have to turn on the TV station to see the clip, what's happening. Right now, right in our phone, in 2 seconds, you see what is happening in Israel, in Gaza, in Iran. You don't really necessarily need a TV anymore, and that's a whole world that we as journalists and television news journalists are dealing with. But social media was really at the forefront of this. The connections, the people that I spoke to in Iran, the connections that I'm able to make in Iran, how we can connect those in Iran to here has just really been one of the most powerful tools. I speak to people in Iran live. There was recently a live, I was telling my husband, and I giggle at this, and probably it's not, shouldn't be as funny, but I think it was live ones dancing, and then people started coming under and said, Shally, the Basiji are here. They're here. They're talking. Oh, and then I stopped and I looked and I said, hello, welcome. And I said, because of the hope and the light and the love that I tried to do, I said, we're coming back to Iran soon, and we're going to throw a big party in Iran one day. If you are good to the Iranian people, and you take care of the Iranian people during this time, we may consider inviting you to that party. And these conversations that you are able to have, the frustrations that you're able to create just by a telephone, just by dancing, just by having hope, and keeping that alive for the Iranian people, that they can move. They can say, I want to do this. Most powerful tool is the social media.
I'm just going to add to social media. I think it's a great tool and a resource for us to use. I'm a little bit more old school. I love human connection. I love face-to-face connection, touching, reaching, talking to them face-to-face, and showing them in real time in front of them. And I find that's helped me move the needle forward when it comes to all these healthcare policies in the U.S. and even national security issues when it comes to, even last night, Your Majesty, with your husband, introducing him to the Secretary of Health, Secretary of Homeland Security. Again, it's human face-to-face connection that I feel like gets things done. And I think social media is an avenue, right, to get the word out there, But to execute at the end of the day, execution requires people. And people want to connect with people. And I think that's super important.
I think that was a triggering word, I gotta say. Execution requires people. Do not say that in front of human rights activists. It's triggering.
But we understood what you meant. I think, yeah, social media has just been such a powerful tool. I mean, back in my day, when I was starting with my family we were organizing demonstrations. I mean, all we had was Facebook, and we had to call people. We had to speak to people, to tell them to come, to tell them to get engaged. So the fact that we have this tool, I mean, there's no excuse. There's no excuse not to get involved.
No, but can I talk on that too? Because the whole topic that I thought was, I'm not political, is that what I saw over the past year, and I think it took one of these massive protests in Los Angeles that I went to, that I stopped and I looked at all these people and I said, my gosh, all these people didn't get to grow up in their home country. All these people, including myself, my life would have been so different if my mom and dad didn't leave Iran. I wouldn't be here as a journalist on an American television news station. I would have been living in Iran. I mean, that's what the reality is. And when you look at the trauma, this is why when I say, why isn't that person speaking up? Why aren't they sharing? Why aren't they stepping into this? There is such incredible trauma in this community. And when you're scared and you feel betrayed and you are sad, there are a lot of people that will repress that. And a lot of Iranians cut that 40-something years ago when they had to walk away from their home. And for them, and I saw that in a lot of them, was one of the reasons why they didn't want to touch this. I'm not political. I'm not going to get involved in this. Because there was a lot of pain. And when you got back into this, you started to look at your own life and what you lost. And I think for that, it kept a lot of people back. Now, once you started to see one, and then two, and these protests started getting bigger, and then you're like, wow, look at that young person there. Okay, I'm going to join my friend. This thing grew. And it grew. And I'm hopeful, even though I know that there has been some conflict, challenges, and you feel, and I've had people tell me to say, Shali, it's over, it's done. I mean, we just did all this stuff. We went on the streets, people very close to me. Nothing happened. And I said, oh, but something happened. We may not see it, but that game of Jenga, you know, where you start to pull the pieces out, if you keep knocking at the bottom of this and the bottom of this and the bottom of this, at some point what's going to happen? It's going to begin to crumble. So I hope that people don't walk away from this and they keep their hammers and they just keep hitting at the bottom of this. Because I promise you, in my lifetime, I am going to play Sharm Shapare and I'm going to dance my way back into Iran.
Can we dance together?
I dance with everybody.
So, for all of you, what impact do you think Iranian Americans have had on Washington and on politics in general? I know we've talked about this, you know, in totality, but yeah, Marjan, would you like to start?
I think today, you know, all of us being here with the MASA Act achieving what it has achieved, I think what we can say is that we have changed the conversation from where it was 10 years ago. And that in and of itself is something to celebrate and something to be incredibly proud of. I want to also give NUFDI huge kudos for the role that it has played to get us to this point. And you know, I have seen many other organizations, again, like I said, you know, I started 10 years ago. To some people, it's a long time. To some people, it's not long enough, because I know that so many of you have really dedicated your lives since leaving Iran. I'm witnessing that many people try to do the work of countering the work of the Islamic Republic's lobby in Washington, and it didn't work. But NUFDI has been a conversation changer, and I'm so, so proud of being an involved member of the organization. So I think it began with a narrative, and I think it's amplified by changing the public opinion. We have created a new ecosystem of conversation, whether people want to be involved in cultural affairs. They don't feel like they are selling out to the reformists if they want to celebrate the Iranian culture. Because, again, a few years ago, that was all controlled by the pro-regime lobby as well. And that was the gateway, by the way. The culture was a gateway to entering that dynamic of you're either a reformist, you're either a warmonger or you're pro-peace. Everybody wanted to be pro-peace, and they wanted to celebrate Iranian, food and culture and music. So they went and, they were herded literally to that direction. But we have Nowruz celebrations. And again, the NUFDI Nowruz celebrations are another way that we are creating this cultural avenue for celebrating our cultures and also making a statement about where our values are. We should celebrate our, as it was said, we should celebrate our accomplishments and know that we have a new game in town, and everything is going to be different from now on.
Nico, and I'm curious, what do you think Iranian Americans, what impact have the Iranian Americans had on the political landscape and in Washington?
Oh, incredible, I think, for a minority in the U.S. And it just didn't start this past year. I mean, there's been Iranian Americans that have served in the Department of Justice, the Treasury, Health and Human Services for decades. They've been political appointees, they've been career employees. So there's been a lot of Iranian Americans that have impacted the fabric of the United States dramatically. So I love that. What's different this time around is now we're seeing that conversation shift from our respected trades and fields, again, healthcare, treasury, justice, and so forth, now into the issue of Iranian human rights and regime change and better diplomacy. And so I think what's different now is we have an organization called NUFDI that has incredible credibility and is bringing people from all walks together and is changing that conversation. And they're taking the next steps now to put together policies and actually engage members of Congress and Senate and the executive branch, and hopefully not getting them fired. That Kamran does a lot when he meets with them. But they're doing a great job, and I applaud them, because I think for an Iranian American organization who wants to work with changing this regime, they have a very strong name in Washington. I'm very proud about that.
Thank you.
So Washington's for us, it's for people, but we often talk about this on the news, and every poll that we run is that most people in the United States don't want to do politics. It's not a place that they want to be in. I think for us as journalists, our job is to take very complicated stories, and I have 45 seconds to tell you about the story and why it's important. This past year, and I had these conversations, I don't know if Sarah's here. Is Sarah here? Or actually she left. There, yeah, we were live together. So here's an example. So I've interviewed quite a few people here that are in this room. Sarah was one of them, and we were talking about, was it the Massa Act at that time? And after we were doing that, by a simple live, people who didn't, because they feel powerless. Washington is just noise, and it's people fighting, and I am nobody, and I can't make a change. They're just going about their lives, and they'll get involved when they really, really need to. But look at something so simple as that they learned. That right after the live, the messages started coming and saying, wait a minute, Shali, all I got to do is call this senator? That's it? That's all I got to do? And they started to learn, and they were taught how they have power in this system. And that's something that is very overwhelming and intimidating. I know this is the audience that I speak to. They don't understand most of what we are talking about. They don't understand what's happening in this room. And the conversation that I had, and when I interviewed Cameron, who has been on Fox 5 multiple times, thank you, Cameron, for always making that available, I always ask him at the very end, please tell me, explain to us why Americans need to care. Why do you need to care? It took a really long time, and maybe they're starting to see when I was talking about Iran, and I said, open your eyes. I said, because one of these days, what's happening in Iran is going to come knocking at your door. And until that day comes, most people are not going to open their eyes. And at that time, it's almost too late. Look what's happening right now. Look what's happening right now. And this was conversations that people in this room, the smart policy thinkers and everybody that's in it, could predict that this was going to happen.
I'm going to add to that. I'm going to just simply say that again, we have to change the narrative. Civic engagement doesn't mean that you're not political. It just means you want to make your community a better place to live. And again, all politics is local. We can talk about DC is very intimidating. It can be very intimidating. It can be very slow. I think the Founding Fathers wanted the process to be a little bit slower. But I would argue to you that if you don't know your local city council members, your local mayor, your local district office for your congressional leader, then you're doing a disservice for the community because, right, that's where change actually happens. And so I encourage you to go back to your communities. You might be active online, you might be active in DC, but if you don't know your local city council members and local district director for your congressman, then you're doing a disservice for the community. So please start there.
Can I just add to that? I want to add two things to it. I think one, also the news coverage is so important, and I think we are doing a good job of providing information about what is happening in Iran to the outside world. But I think we also need to show the English language media that this news and information is going to get consumed. So when there is an article in English language newspapers, or there is a television clip that gets produced, first recognize that those editors had to go through a lot of trouble to make that happen. So reward them by clicking and sharing, because that will show the editors that there is an interest and an appetite, and we have to keep that going. Otherwise, we're going to go back to the pre-Massa era where nobody cared about human rights situation in Iran or the policy implications of supporting that. So click and share English language news that comes out of Iran. And the second thing is if you can yourself, there's nothing else you can do, you can financially support the entities that are doing that, beginning with NUFDI. And if that is not, and if you don't have access to the finances yourself, find someone who can and just talk to them logically and help them understand.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up, Marjan, because even if you don't have good writing capabilities, right, you can't write your own op-ed. I've written so many op-eds in my career, and I've had organizations help me write those op-eds. And that's why I love Kamran and Chairman Ganji and Razvan so much, is because if you live in a local community, talk to NUFDI. They will help write an op-ed for you, an opinion piece, right? And then you can get that published in your local paper. And who reads that? Your local citizens, your seniors, your politicians, because that's where they go to for a lot of their news. And so keep that in mind. That's where NUFDI can be a great resource for you as well.
Thank you so much for mentioning that. This conversation has been so encouraging. It's really shown how far this movement has come, and it's continuing to go. I would love to open up the floor to any questions that anybody would like to ask our panelists.
I think we've answered all the questions.
Yeah. We do have a question over here.
Hi, Ibrahim Maksud. I'm just a business person. Assume that I'm an Iranian outside this room, and I didn't hear any of these great conversations on what NUFDI is doing. I'm looking at the media, and this is a question for all of you and the last panel. So we're talking about all these politicians and how much they care about what's happening in Iran. But then on the other hand, they're talking from both sides of their mouth. If it wasn't for what happened in Israel, the $6 billion on top of another $100 billion would have been forgotten and has been given to them before that. So why, as an Iranian, that my heart bleeds, should worry about the political force? Worry about the congressman or woman that using us as a tool?
I don't think anybody on this panel said that the American politicians are supporting this Iran movement. I don't see it. For me, I'm in business as well. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm all about results. I don't see the results I need for my homeland country, and so they haven't done their jobs. It's because we haven't done our jobs. I can't imagine how many people in this room know their local congressmen by first name, and they know your name by first name. How many of you guys know your local mayor and city council? I highly doubt that. How many of you have written an op-ed about what's going on in Iran and why it matters to that community where you live? I doubt that anybody in this room has done that. And so not to be a pessimist, we can sit here and talk every day about, oh my God, they're not doing anything about Iran, but even the American Medical Association is talking about gun rights and LGBTQ rights, and they're talking about Israel. They're not even talking about Iran. The American Medical Association always gets killed about stay in your lane. They're always outside their lane. So we have not done a good job. NUFDI is taking the first steps, and I applaud them, but I think we still have a long way to go. And it does start with talking to your local, this either run for office and be the executive change in America, or support somebody and hold their feet to their fire and make them change. But you gotta go meet them.
Thank you for saying that. Let's take
no, they don't support.
NUFDI to the next level, and let's do it in a practical way, as it was said by Castro earlier and Kamran. We have someone that I would say 80 to 90% of Iranian around the world support, and it's His Highness. We need, in order to get behind him, we need to get behind NUFDI. We need to get practical. At the end of the day, it's about the money. We have to support NUFDI. We have to do what the Ayatollah Khomeini did 44 years ago. I got into people's through religion. We can do it, the same thing, use as a strategy, but in a positive way, and use His Highness, because His Highness for 44 years has been screaming, but the support is not there, it's just a word. But NUFDI can take us to that level we need. Thank you.
Hello, Reza Barros from San Antonio, Texas. Dr. Khatib, I disagree with you that you said nobody in this room has ever written an op-ed. The issue is not, you can write an op-ed in half an hour. There's so much material out there that you can write an op-ed and express your opinion. The problem is the publication of that op-ed. The mainstream media is not very receptive to publishing things that is outside the norm of discourse that is out there, and that's what we're fighting. You can have a member of NIAC write an op-ed and it will be published within hours. But for us, it's a challenge. And I tell you another thing, the days of op-eds are over, actually. When op-eds were looked at as news, and I think that social media now has much more power than mainstream media in terms of transfer of news and information.
I would say, as anybody who's written an op-ed, I'm going to speak on behalf of Cameron and say, please forward it to NUFDI. They'd be happy to, I'm sure, send it out to their memberships. So if you've written an op-ed, please forward it to Cameron so he can send it to the organization and its members. That's number one, so we can get the word out. And number two, I would argue that, no, it's all politics is local. I'm not asking you to publish an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. I'm not asking you to publish an article in the New York Times. Start with the local San Antonio newspaper. Start up with the local San Diego Tribune or the Irvine newspaper. I think that's step one. So.
I think we have time for one more question.
Hello, good morning. My name is Sorab Sortani. So Iranians like sour cherry. And I was in Michigan 3 years ago with my sister and my wife and
Would you mind speaking a little louder?
Oh, I'm sorry. So Iranian likes sour cherry, right? We like sour cherry? So I was in Michigan three years ago going for sour cherry picking in an orchard that my sister said, hey, she works for Ford, so in Michigan. So hey, let's go and do a sour cherry picking. And I'm originally, by the way, from Shiraz. I lived in Shiraz for 20 years, and we went to sour cherry picking in Shiraz too. So I went there, and all of a sudden I panicked. Because as someone who grew up in Iran and knows how Islamic Republic people wear hijab and how to wear, the orchard there was full of them. And it was so bad that we, as like, as you say, talk to the like Iranian, we felt like, I really felt like I'm in home. Like I felt like that. Is this Michigan? Is this like, is this America? Like, and I asked my sister and people who live in Michigan, say, yeah, here is, it's one of the base, and there is this mosque, and it's funded by, and this and that. And I said, recently I called them back and said, how many demonstrations did you do in Michigan during the past year, for Massa? Do you know the number? 0. So instead of focusing on Iran, let's focus on United States first. Let's focus on all the states first. Let's get together from, as you guys said, different opinions, right? Focus on us first. Because if you're upset why Negar Mortazavi or Nayak is doing this, why the other people are doing that, we have to first be strong, and we are fighting Islamic regimes. This is a strong regime. This is not a joke. So we need to focus on ourselves first, be very strong, get reflected in the media, in the social media, in the classic media, and then we have people can hear us. Thanks.
I don't know what the question was. I just know that I now want sour cherries and horma sabzi with chicken. Can I just, I don't know what the question was. Yes, we should be focusing, sour cherry man? We should be focusing on ourselves, I agree. There's a lot of healing that we all need to do here, but it's also as equally as important to put a light on what's happening, out of sight, out of mind. If people don't see it and they don't see what is happening, we know what darkness does. So there's a way to do both. I dance here, I live here, I'm happy here, I'm raising 4 kids here, I'm living here, I'm an American, I'm doing all of these things. But at the same time, as I pull people in with this, I say, come in here and let's talk about sour cherries. Let's talk about horma sabzi with chicken. And let's talk about what's happening in Iran. Look at what's happening right now in Israel. There is a way to do both. I really do believe it because I'm doing it every day. I want sour cherries now.
So do I.
Albalı polo.
Albalı polo. Unam bo chicken.
Un mission.
Well, thank you all so much. This has been an incredible panel, and looking forward to seeing what's next.
Thank you all for this excellent panel. We now invite you to join us for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. One of NUFDI's main goals is to be a voice for the people of Iran who are often denied one, especially political prisoners who aren't given the voice they deserve. Here, we have a short video about the family of Puya Bakhtiari.
اهل ایرانم، اهل دادم، دشمن بیدادم، دادخواهم، دادخواه پویاها و نداها، دادخواه همه جانباختگانی که در طول 41 سال توسط نظام جمهوری اسلامی به قتل رسیدند. دادخواه منافع ایران، دادخواه منابع ایران، دادخواه خلیج فارسم، دادخواه وجب به وجب خاک ایرانم، دادخواه ملت ایرانم.
گفتم از من چی میخوای؟
Good morning. Appreciation to NUFDI for organizing the 2023
غمگین نشستم.
اهل ایرانم، اهل دادم، دشمن بیدادم، دادخواهم، دادخواه پویاها و نداها، دادخواه همه جانباختگانی که در طول 41 سال توسط نظام جمهوری اسلامی به قتل رسیدند. دادخواه منافع ایران، دادخواه منابع ایران، دادخواه خلیج فارسم، دادخواه وجب به وجب خاک ایرانم، دادخواه ملت ایرانم.
گفتم از من چی میخواید؟ پسرم رو که گرفتید، پدرش رو که به حبس بردید، از من یه زن تنها که غمگین نشستم توی خونه‌ای که تک و تنها، حتی شبها میترسم تنهایی تو اون خونه بخوابم. اتاق خالی پسرم، جای خالی پسرم، تخت خالی پسرم داره میخوره تن و بدن منو، مثل سوهان داره منو میخوره. من دارم تحمل میکنم، دارم تاب میارم این شرایطو. این زندگی که شبیه زندگی نیست، فقط نفسی میره و میاد، صبحای من شب میشه. گفتم این زندگی رو برای من زیاد میبینید، اومدید چی ببرید؟ چی کار دارید با من؟ چی میخواید از جون من؟
به نام خدا، من مادر منوچهرم. منوچهر من 3 سال زندانه. آقای خامنه‌ای، تو دستور دادی بچه من بچه‌ش کشته. تو دستور دادی زندانش کردن. تو الان دستور داده دوباره پرونده براش درست کردن. تو خانواده من پاچیده. اون یکی به سرم زندان کرده. الان 4 سال زندگی به من حرام کرده. تمام بچه‌امو آواره کردی. چرا من الان مریض زندان؟ چرا روز یه پرونده براش درست میکنید؟ ایشالله دل من آب بخوری. ایشالله تو مثل من بچت بکشن، مثل من درد بکشی.
We regret that our friend Khosrow Seminani could not be with us for this next panel. We will now play a short video from Mr. Seminani.
Good morning. I would like to extend my deep appreciation to NUFDI for organizing the 2023 Iran conference. We have much to celebrate. Narges Mohammadi's recognition as the 2023 Nobel Peace Laureate reflects the extraordinary power and passion propelling the woman life freedom movement. The dream of free, prosperous, and united Iran is fast becoming a reality. Our captivity is coming to an end. For freedom to have meaning and take root, the sovereignty, independence, and security of Iran cannot be compromised any further. The collapse of currency against the dollar from 7 tuman in 1979 to 52,000 tuman today, a 7,600 times devaluation, is one of the devastating indicators of our economic demise. Over 80% of Iranians are now below the poverty line, at a time when Iran is reportedly selling 3 million barrels of oil at $80 to $90 per barrel. That is roughly $1 billion every 5 days, minimum. In Where's My Oil study on corruption by design, under the Ahmadinejad years, we estimate that corruption cost Iran's economy $1 trillion, the equivalent of 8 million well-paying jobs. On an annual basis, the income of the Iranian government is in excess of $82 billion per year at $20 per barrel production cost. This does not include Iran's income from natural gas, the world's second largest natural gas reserves after Russia. Our vision of Iran's future must rest on a legitimate democratic government. We need a powerful representative parliament that can guard our freedom, cultures, property, and territory under the framework of law, and an accountable, capable central government that can protect Iran's security, resources, and prestige, and marshal economic growth. We need a strong, vibrant, prosperous democracy that can act as a check on religious extremism, foreign interference, ethnic separatism, and rampant corruption. This moment demands resolve and confidence, trust in each other, not only as proclamation of unity and plans of action, but collective mobilization to reclaim our sovereignty, power, and dignity as a people. To reverse Khomeini's legacy, we need to summon what the Islamic Republic has sought to destroy: a vision of Iranian culture and civilization worthy of generations to come. Democracy does not rest on a cult of a personality. Khomeini has made that amply clear. What we need is deep agreement around the principles, practices, processes, and then, and only then, leadership, organization, partnership that paved the way for national referendum. Thank you to NUFDI for organizing the conference, and thanks to all of you for your participation and attention.
Our next panel, The Last Frontier Market, Commercial Opportunities in a Democratic Iran, will explore the vast economic opportunities presented by a secular, democratic Iran as one of the world's largest remaining frontier markets and contrast these opportunities with the limited gains from previous agreements like the JCPOA. We will be joined by Rostam Zafari, an investor, head of the World Within Foundation, and a NUFDI advisor, Dave Furneaux, CEO of Blue IO, Saeed Ghassaminejad, a senior economic advisor for the Foundations of Defense of Democracies, and Amir Sharif Amnani, Iran Prosperity Project.
Just wanted to first thank NUFDI for having us, and what a lovely event, multiple panels that have been great, and hopefully we can put one to match. Just wanted to start with some of the basic facts of the peer we've been comparing ourselves to in the prompt, South Korea. So South Korea has a population of 50 million and a GDP of 1.8 trillion. Iran at the same time has a population of 80 million, whereas its GDP in 2021 was about 360 billion. So with that as a backdrop, and as if you sort of rewind the tape and say, where were the two countries in 1980? Where could Iran be today? It's a very easy line to draw to see where the potential is for the Iranian economy, and sort of would love to begin with sort of the vast experiences in emerging markets and some of the criteria that are evaluated when looking at investments in emerging markets and what you think Iran can provide in that room in the future.
So first of all, thanks for NUFDI for hosting us, and an amazing couple days, great panels. And one thing I'm most excited about is how many solutions have been presented. I've been to a lot of conferences where it's complaining, and I've seen a lot of solutions and tangibles here. So you mentioned South Korea. South Korea's GDP is about 3 times the size, more actually, probably 5 times the size of Iran's, with 30 million less people, and none of the same natural resources that Iran has. I think it's very obvious to everyone in this room what a free Iran represents in terms of attracting investors, in terms of fostering the innate kind of founder talent. What makes a great entrepreneur? The ability to take risk. What have young Iranians been doing for decades now? Taking risks. So for me, it's a no-brainer. But that being said, one reason I'm really excited about NUFDI's IPP, the Iran Prosperity Project, that's been in development and people here like yourself been working on, is we talk a lot about the political readiness we need to have in place when the Islamic Republic eventually falls. What we also need is have a financial plan in place. Right now, we need to start gearing up for how do we move our family offices, our firms, the corporations we either own or work with. How do we get them ready for that outcome? That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I'll just touch on the Iran Prosperity Project. So we began this in late 2022, early 23, and it's a 2-phase project with 2 phases and then also 2 intentions to each phase. So the first phase is focusing on stabilization within providing a first-year budget, privatizing the quasi-state-owned assets, stabilizing the banking and currency systems, financial markets, and the welfare system. And again, the 2 phases of each part of that is a 6-month to 1 year plan, and then the long-term horizon. And then we have been very fortunate to have generous supporters, and we are in the process of beginning an evaluation for a phase 2, which would include the similar evaluations for the energy, infrastructure, industrials, defense and avionics, financials, tourism, and technology verticals of Iran. And with that, would love to talk to Dave about just kind of setting the foundation for an environment where these kinds of economic factors can thrive.
Sure. It's good to be here. And it's been really great taking this in. Rostam, thanks for inviting me. I was lucky because I grew up right in the middle of the innovation economy from when I was a kid. I saw it. So I feel so lucky that I had that ride early in my career. And it then took me from this mindset of forming companies to then solving problems. And that then took me as a bridge to other economies. And if I look at what's needed in order to create great foundation and strength in Iran, once you achieve, which I'm sure you will, which we all will help you achieve, democracy, the word that is most important is stability. You need stability to bring in the bridges, in the partners, to then accelerate the growth in the country. That's the most important thing.
And so that brings us to the next point, which is Said, why don't you talk about some of the sort of government elements that would be required to help with that foundation being set?
Thank you for having me. So I wasn't supposed to be here. Someone more accomplished, better suited to talk about this was supposed to be here, but he couldn't do it. So, but anyway, I think me being here keeps you closer to the homeland because of my strong Persian accent. So, and I'd like to start this with something that Sarina Ismailzadeh, a 16-year-old girl who was killed during the last year protest, said she was kind of a YouTuber, and in one of her videos she says, what can someone expect from her country? And he says, prosperity, prosperity, prosperity. And Iranians have so many regrets about the 1979 revolution, social freedoms, the respect, international respect, the security, but the most important one is prosperity. And you actually hear it in their slogans. One of the most interesting ones, actually two. I heard like they were pretty old. I think they were in the revolution themselves, they were involved there. And they were saying, we made such a mistake that we revolted. And another one, they chant, the sedition of 57, the 1979, is the root cause of the poverty of the nation. And that's something we see in what people say and in the data. So Amir talked about the South Korea. So before the revolution, the data is available till the 60s. So when you look at Iran, Turkey, and South Korea, look at the GDP per capita, Iran's GDP per capita was higher, much higher than both countries, and was actually growing at a much faster pace. So today, Iran's GDP per capita is around 4,000. Turkey's is around 9,000, 10,000, and South Korea's is around 35,000. So that's the cost of the revolution. Actually, one of my good friends, Mohammad Jahanparvar, one of the best Iranian American economists, has a paper on that, the opportunity cost of the revolution. Iranian lost a lot because of that revolution. That's something that can be easily quantified. Do you want to go to the next round, and I can? Yeah. Because I talk too much.
It's enjoyed. But yeah, so if Dave, if you could talk a little bit about outside of the, basically the Iranian people, despite the repression, and have exceeded in a number of STEM categories and competitions in robotics and mathematics and across the board, the potential human capital that's locked up, and some of the other sectors besides the energy sector that are attractive or could become attractive.
Sure. Well, one thing's for sure, that the ability to establish strength, global strength in an area, it doesn't have to take 50 years. It can take 10 or 20 years. In 1993, how many cybersecurity software companies were in Israel? Any guess? One. So there was one. And how many cybersecurity software companies are there in Israel today? Not 1,000, but over 500. And so an industry was created. Same thing in biotechnology. There's 200 biotechnology companies. And Israel, by population, is much smaller than Iran. And so it's about creating the fertility, creating the environment for innovation to come in. In the case of both those industries from Boston and doing the work I do of forming and building companies, we created those bridges early on into Israel, for example. And then once we built those relationships, they started to take hold, and then the strength shifted. Because as global companies start to acquire valuable teams in the new economy, in the new area, then they gain strength and then they invest. And so we've had the really great experience of birthing companies in the United States and then seeing them establish themselves in other places. Some of them have worked well, like I mentioned Israel, but we've also worked in Latin America, South America, Canada, China, Taiwan, and we've had varying degrees of experiences. Some were really great, and then they continued to grow, and others were not. And a lot of it came down to what I said earlier, which is stability, having stability and predictability in the way the human beings were working together, and a system that allowed that to be very transparent and open. It comes back to people, really, at the end of the day.
That's a perfect transition.
Do you mind if I jump in on that?
Sure,
Because
go.
you talk about stability. We've been talking about stability that investors need. It's a prerequisite, especially when you're talking about institutional capital. But also, founders need stability. There are startup hubs in Iran, but when you lose electricity for government shutdown, internet shutdowns, when you can't get clients because of the reputational risk, how do you build a startup, right? And going back to people, you can't have a real economy in a country that hates women, right? You can't have that. There's 15% of Iranian women are in the workforce. We're playing with half our team, in my opinion, in the economy. So I think those are both to your point in terms of the stability and the people. We have to be able to, see that equality from a gender lens, and we also have to be able to support founders with the bare necessities.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one of the main problems in Iran, startup or any other kind of business activities, is that Iran really doesn't respect the property rights. And like the key foundations in Iran that are controlling a lot of economy, a big part of the economy, these are built on confiscating other people's assets. Like the ستاد اجرایی فرمان امام خمینی, the Mustazafan foundations, they started by confiscating the assets of people who were close to the Shah government. Then continued this by confiscating the assets of dissidents, Baha'is, anyone that they didn't like. And the legal infrastructure in Iran really does not exist to protect the property rights, so there is really no stability for investors and founders and normal people.
Yeah, and I think one of the other elements about the Iran Prosperity Project that's important to note is that it's not just supposed to be a white paper sitting in the abyss. The intention is for it to be an operational plan. And I think one of the other elements to consider is that it's not just for the Iranian people to see that there is a plan, but also for non-Iranians to see and also more importantly realize that the door won't just open. I think a lot of the sort of hopes of the past decade have been that Iran will just sign a deal and then things will go to a normal kind of developing economy relationship. And some of these foundational elements that if you just on a basic level evaluate the country, you guys have invested in other parts of the world. Why don't you speak to some of the basic parts of the process of evaluations and the layers those investments have to go through even before anyone could participate in the opportunity set.
One of the things we look through is we look through a lens of resource constraint that leads you to the word security, and then you can use the word security to kind of go into health and food and digital security and in other areas. And it comes back down to human need. And so when I look at what the world needs, or we can talk about Iran specifically, I would imagine, for example, that Iran needs food production. It needs food security, food safety. There are solutions out there. I'm actually working on one, for example, where we produce tremendous amounts of food with 99% less water. So how do we identify the pillars of technologies that are going to lead the next 10, 20, 30 years in the different areas that need to be worked on, and put a plan in place now and get on your toes so that you're ready with the bridges already built to come into the country and be able to make those transformations quickly. That's all possible. It's all something that can be achieved. The solutions are amazing. Identifying what the problems are and then matching them up to what's being solved today is totally achievable.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, when you're looking at emerging markets, you're looking at in areas with governments who are trying to create an environment where they're attractive to you. Like people say, we invest in Africa. When people say that, there's 4 or 5 countries within Africa that people invest in. They're the ones like Nigeria, like Tanzania, like Kenya, that are open for business, and they make other investors feel comfortable. If they're U.S. investors, they usually have an entity here, a subsidiary in that country, and they are familiar with the laws there. There's 6 or 7 criteria the World Bank lists in terms of ease of doing business, right? Starting a business, getting the paperwork, IP law, that's a huge one, IP protection, access to electricity, access to credit lines. We talk about South Korea, which Prince Pahlavi said, hey, we're supposed to be South Korea, we're North Korea. We have to look at what they did, right? They're in the top 4 or 5 for ease of business. Iran currently is in the 170s, right? It's the lowest in all of the Middle East and North Africa, right? So that's pretty embarrassing. So when we address that, what else did they do that made it so accessible, right? They invested a lot in education early on. They really put a high premium on teachers, right? They're per capita, per million people, they do about over 3,000 patents a year, right? The US is around 800. Iran has that brain power. We have over 5 million undergrad students. We have the young, educated, and even I think over South Korea, we have a younger population. They're now aging. They have to deal with that. But we have a young, educated population. Give them the fertile soil to be able to build and bring in these kinds of technologies and implement them. That's the framework. And I think really, really importantly is per region. They have different challenges, different opportunities, different gifts. Some might be, building up the wine section. Some might be tourism. But making sure that every part of Iran and every Iranian has buy-in to that prosperity. It can't be, okay, well now the rich run the country again. It's just another nouveau rich. We need to have barabari. We need to have equality there. So this urban-rural divide we can bridge that gap. I think that's critical. We've seen that on the protests. It used to be mostly just lower class people coming to protest. Now you see the whole lower, middle, upper class. Everyone is in it to see this regime fall. Everyone needs to benefit from the regime falling.
Yeah, I think, as you said, I think a huge part of it is the intra-Iran normalization of cultural differences, but also the West and just the people here familiarizing themselves. And to some degree, there's been a benefit from the, one of the other things in the prompt was Dubai and NEOM. Like those two are helping expose the West to some of the cultural factors. And a lot of my friends who don't know the rules in Saudi Arabia or Dubai are surprised when they go there and they see, oh, this doesn't happen or this can't happen. And in a future Iran where you envision, some of those things not being in place, there is still a cultural layer that, some other parts that I'm not, thinking top of mind that will need to be there. So, that's just a comment. But as far as opportunity set, Saeed, if you want to sort of tee up maybe the healthcare and other specific, maybe just like areas where the domestic economy is in bad management.
I'd like to talk first about what the current situation is, what are the problems, so then we can discuss what the solutions can be. So the goal should be to go back to the golden age of Iranian economy, when you had double-digit growth rate, low inflation, low unemployment. So that's the goal. Over the last 4 decades, unfortunately, you have always had double-digit inflation, very low growth rate, very high unemployment, especially the youth unemployment. And the key reason for that is basically you have an apocalyptic regime which really doesn't care about the about growth that much. So that's really the root cause of the problem. But if you look into the details, you have bad domestic policies, you have bad foreign policy, and you have bad fiscal and monetary policy. And so when you don't have competition at the top, when you prioritize loyalty over experience and expertise, then you have a lot of people working in the government that they really don't know what they're doing. So that will show itself in the inflation, in the economic growth that we talked in unemployment. So the moment you actually bring competition to the political race, you will get rid of it to a certain degree. You have a lot of corruption in Iran. The key reason is that you don't have freedom of press. So if you have free newspapers, they can actually root out corruption to a certain degree, not all of it. So that will get rid of some of the problem. You have opportunity cost of sanctions. So Iran has been under sanctions for years now, and sanctions have had negative effect on Iran's economy. The sanctions are the result of the regime's policy. So many of these sanctions, you can actually remove them by an executive order. So those sanctions that are imposed by the president's executive order, they can be annulled by president executive order. Those that are imposed by the Congress, the president can actually suspend them very quickly. So the moment you resolve this nuclear issue, the moment you stop funding terrorism, the moment you stop your regional aggression, these are all the causes of the sanctions. Then these sanctions can be suspended, so you won't have that opportunity cost of sanctions. You have Iran is spending like billions of dollars per year. Our estimate is like 4 or 5 billion. It fluctuates every year, obviously, directly on funding terrorism. So these are the cash, these are the goods that go to these terrorist groups like Hamas, Hezbollah. These are the money can be directly invested in the Iranian economy. There is a lot of service, like training, bringing them to Iran, giving them fellowship, giving them housing. That's not part of this estimate, the $4 or $5 billion that I said. So those are the money, again, that can go to the Iranian economy. And then it has a very huge indirect effect on Iran's economy. One is through sanction. The other one is that no one is investing in Iran. There is very little FDI in Iran, and I think those FDI that comes to Iran, which is mainly from China, I think that's Iran's own money that's being used as collateral, and in accounting is considered as FDI, but it's Iran's own money. Basically, Iran doesn't have much of FDI. So these are the problems. And a lot of these problems can be quickly reversed the moment that the regime falls. But there is one key condition there, and that's security. So you need to have, when the regime falls, you need to have security. You cannot have civil war. You cannot have, political parties that have armed groups, like what Hezbollah has in Lebanon. Unfortunately, in our opposition, you have some of these groups that have like a political wing, and then they have a military wing. That's not going to work. So if you can bring stability and security to Iran, a lot of economic problem of the country can be quickly reversed, can be quickly solved, and the Iranian can quickly go back to a situation that can enjoy freedom and prosperity.
Excellent. We have a few other items, and then we'll open it up to questions if you'd like to prepare. But So as far as, we've talked about kind of the human capital layer of the potential in Iran. I think the area we've kind of stayed away from, I think it's interesting to note that we've not talked about the energy opportunity and all of the options in other minerals and other options. So, it's, if we want to maybe touch on some of the economic opportunities and how maybe, Saeed, I know you just spoke, so maybe the other two can touch on that first, but just beyond just getting full dollar for the price of oil, but maybe technology that could be brought in to enhance the energy and other mineral aspects of the economy.
I mean, I don't invest in oil.
Yeah.
That might be a side question.
So Saeed, yeah, I know.
One thing that can quickly help the Iranian economy is to ramp up the fossil fuel production. So Iran was producing up to 5-6 million barrels per day before the revolution. Our production has fallen a lot since the regime has come to power. Right now it's around 2.73 million. Iran is exporting like 1.4 million barrels per day on average right now in 2023. And again, if you resolve the sanctions problem, if you can have the foreign companies come and invest in Iran's energy production, you can quickly ramp up this production. You can quickly take back your export markets. And that would be a huge injection of cash into Iran's economy. And that can go to infrastructure, that can go to help people to increase their quality of life. It's not just oil, you have the gas issue. One of the key problems with the Iranian gas is the political issue. So we have the second biggest natural gas resources. And right now that Russia cannot, Europeans are trying to get rid of Russia on the gas issue, we cannot export to them because we don't have we actually import natural gas. Iran is actually importing natural gas from Turkmenistan. And Qatar, which is, if you look at Qatar, they are very friendly with the regime. Qatar has been giving the regime its lobbying arms. Qatar has been funding the American universities. Over 10 years, they have spent $1.2 billion. So next time you are asking yourself, why are all these regime lobby people are in the best universities? That's the reason, because Qatar has spent $1.2 billion over a decade, and Qatar is sharing these resources with the regime. Qatar has spent a lot of money in creating a media empire. Qatar is sharing this media empire with the regime. Qatar has spent a lot of money on creating a lobbying empire in the DC. A lot of people in DC are on Qatar's payroll, unfortunately. And Qatar is sharing this lobbying arm with the regime. And Qatar has been benefiting a lot from the Islamic regime being in Iran. One is the most obvious one is gas. We share the South Pars field with them, so they are taking all of it. We are getting nothing. The other one is Qatar right now is the financial hub of the region. Iran could be the financial hub of the region if the Islamist regime was not funding terrorism, if it was not funding regional aggression, if it was accepting AML and ATF measures. It doesn't. And Qatar is helping the regime to stay in power, and Qatar is now the financial hub in the region. So again, there are a lot of areas like the energy. Another area that we lost a lot of technological revolution waves. So India, one of the way that they grew is when the Western companies offshored the labor force. So we didn't get anything from that. because we are totally isolated. Iran is so isolated that actually during the COVID, everyone had a contraction in their economy. Iran actually grew a little bit. So same thing like during the financial crisis. So that's because we are so isolated from the global economy. Whatever happens in the world, it really doesn't affect us. So if we can get connected to the global economy, a lot of these issues will be resolved very quickly. It's not a joke. It's not something, fake promise. A lot of these issues can be quickly resolved. The condition again is security. And that's why I hear a lot about unity. You cannot go and have unity with groups whose goal is, for example, secession. That doesn't bring security to Iran. That doesn't bring prosperity to Iran. So unity should be with people who have the same goal, and if that happens, when the regime falls, they can actually push the regime to fall, and when the regime falls, they can actually rebuild Iran very quickly.
Given that education is so readily available, if Iran opens up, I would recommend skipping that services mentality and going directly to domestically producing innovation. And what we saw and I participated in this with India, is we started working on an outsourced basis, as you mentioned, with India for our semiconductor companies and our software companies 20 years ago, probably was when I started doing it. But we saw a shift happen during that period of time where the Indian teams became confident and they became smarter and they became more experienced, and then they started taking over more and more of the development, and now they're developing their own products, and we're seeing that shift. But what I'm recommending here is when you open up, when you achieve security and stability, go right to innovation and just build the bridges directly with the leading universities, with the hospitals in the world that are pumping out the most innovation. Stay away from the early stage. The big mistake is when you open something up and then you don't have fine enough rules. Only work with the most innovative and the strongest. And have that mindset of we're going to bring the best in. And then don't pick too many things. Pick the pillars that match to the needs of the country. And if the need, for example, that I mentioned before around water, if you have scarce water but you need food, go get that solution. It's readily available. It's coming up. And transform the country and make it a breadbasket. It's possible. We're at this crazy time in humanity. We keep hearing about artificial intelligence and about computing power, but really all it is it's an infrastructure that's going to allow the world to accelerate in meaningful ways, in ways that can impact our economy and our lives. I think Iran can take advantage of that and skip so many steps.
I was going to totally echo what you said about the innovation, because I think there's a lot of focus on the oil and the energy, and there's people for that is very important, but I think there's so much more, because I think having, dignity in the workplace and the solutions being part of your own country's solutions, I think is important. And what we see right now in an economy that's 70% state-owned is, what is that to look forward to? What does a young person go up and say, hey, I'm proud of what I'm doing, right? And I think we've partnered on some innovations. I think it'd be awesome to just hear about a couple of them from you, because you mentioned about the food one. Some people might wonder, okay, how do you reduce 99% of water? I think talking a little bit about Greenlight and a little bit about Lufa Farms, giving physical examples. I mean, Lufa does almost 3% of Montreal's produce on 2 or 3 rooftop farms.
Yeah.
What are some of these specific solutions so we can move into the concrete of what this could actually look like in Iran?
I'll talk about Greenlight real quick. So Greenlight Bioscience is a company that we started out of Stanford University over a decade ago. And the idea was that the world has, and we've all seen this, you've heard of companies like DuPont and Monsanto, but in the last 50 years we created a chemical industry based on a technology called fermentation, which at its base is a petroleum-based technology to create the world's products, whether they be cosmetics or drugs or the crop, the material we spray on our crops for agriculture. And what we've seen is the rise of disease, cancer specifically. And so we 10, 15 years ago said we need to transition to a biological way of producing the world's materials, whether it be nutraceuticals or our cosmetics or our foods. And so we went on that journey. And so what's interesting about that is we had a very country-specific view. We said, let's build this production capability, and then let's make sure that if a country wants to bring it in, they can then gain control of being able to bioproduce their vaccines or any of the things I mentioned before. And so that's it's a great concrete example where, and we're not the only one doing it. It's an industry. It's driving forward. You've probably heard of regulations that are banning chemicals on fields in Europe, because Europe was the first to say, you know what, no more of these terrible chemicals. You can only use biologicals to grow the food. That's going to continue to evolve. That industry is moving very quickly. Iran can intercept that industry and bring domestic production of biological material right into Iran, and then be in control of producing cleaner ways of producing the materials that people consume. That's really exciting. Or for the diseases or vaccines. So that's a really interesting example. Loofah Farms is a company we started about a decade ago as well. And the idea there was that we need to stop building supply chains around food that are all around the world. It's crazy. We've got to build our own food production in the city that we live. So we started to build very large food production sites on large roofs of buildings in a city. And we did it in Montreal as a prototype because we wanted to prove that this would work. And now we're on our 5th roof on top of a Walmart superstore. But we're now feeding about 3% of the city. And we're going to continue to grow that. And we grow 100 varieties of vegetables, herbs, and fruits. And so it's a very feasible thing to bring into cities, is the ability to produce food. And it turns out for every ton of food that we produce, we do so with 99% less water, and we produce a much cleaner product. So that's another example of solution mindset on things.
Yeah, I mean, I think that pretty much covers all the prepared remarks, or is there anything we wanted to add that we, not yet? If not, we'll open it up to questions. Thank you so much for so far. In the back.
Thank you. First of all, thank you. This was a lot of information. I wanted to ask, and I'm sorry if you already answered that, but the way it sounded to me, it was like all of these solutions that we were saying was for already a democratic Iran, not right now. Like, we're not talking about decreasing sanctions or innovations or anything right now, because we're doing the opposite right now. Everybody wants more sanctions. People in Iran are self-sanctioning by going on strike. So that was, if I understood this right. So then my question is, how do these companies get to a free Iran? Because isn't it, Said just said it, Qatar, but not just the Arabic countries, are doing business with Iran. We know, even though we have these sanctions, most countries found a way to bypass these sanctions. We had the Instex, where they were actually trying to do that. Germany is still the biggest trade partner. So these companies are still making business with a terrorist regime. My question is, and Rustam mentioned that, companies or investors are afraid when they see instability. And I'm sure they can see the instability in the Islamic regime. So what are you guys' suggestions on using that to convince this money cartel that is right now working with the regime that a free Iran will be a better investment for them? How do we get these money cartels to stop supporting the regime, and whatever money they're putting into, Qatar putting into schools and sending Islamic regime people to these prestigious schools, send us there, start supporting our side, because it is in their interest to have a free Iran? If you can give us some suggestions there, that would be great.
I think one thing to say, first of all, could not agree with you more. I think the vast majority are already there of companies. I think after this last week's terrorist attacks, the price of doing business with Iran is even higher. I think there's telling these stories, having investigative journalism, for people who actually play in finance, understanding like litigation finance and opportunities along those are really important. Or activist hedge funds go out and actually short some of these companies. Those are things that, like, if anyone wants to talk about in more detail, happy to. I don't know if it's relevant for this room, but I absolutely think that media plays a huge role. The optics of these companies, their shareholders, board members, it's going to be company suicide here pretty shortly. I don't know why it is not already, but I think activist hedge funds is a great example of that. I have friends in that line of work. I'm sure you do as well. But how do we make it financially unviable? There are ways to do that. You can fund lawsuits. You can fund. There's many ways we're involved with it. So happy to talk about that more offline.
One thing to add, I think, is just this week's events are a huge catalyst, and I also suspect that the oil situation is not going to stay the way it is. I personally think that the SPR, the petroleum reserve in the United States is extremely low, and if things continue to escalate, that can draw even more attention. So I think the key part of the point of the project is to build the infrastructure that most of the people in this room are aware has, thanks to NUFDI and others, is starting to come in place to say, here's what prevents the future Iran from deteriorating into Iraq or Syria. Right? Like, the point is, you have to say it's going to take work, and there's an obvious opportunity, but it's got to take work before it actually can get there. And if you don't do anything, then it very easily could deteriorate. And then, so working presently to make that plan so that there is a transition, and efforts from these countries and from these events can be converted into output instead of just disgust and despair.
And I do think, to pick up that, having like a wide-scale smear campaign of the companies that do that, it'll take taking one or two down, and then the rest will be afraid. So really, if we can hammer one or two down as a collective, make that commitment and say, this is not going to fly. And this was echoed on an earlier panel, but these families that have sucked the blood of the Iranian people, and they're living billionaire lifestyles and lavish townhomes in London and all over the world, I think that needs to be a massive smear campaign. I mean, I personally think we should go take these people's homes and say, hey, this is Iran's property now, right? Like, the people of Iran, not this terrorist regime. I think we have not done enough in going after those people. I hope we see wide-scale media reports, and actually, now that we have the political will, actually momentum. Let's actually implement this idea, like, now. That's where my head's at.
So any firm's goal is to maximize the market value of the firm for its shareholder. So what Rostam said about litigation finance, about activist shareholders is very important. It hasn't been done in the Iranian case that much. There has been some activity, but not very much. One solution beyond what Rostam said can be have an Iran index, like have a rating of companies that are exposed to Iran, how much they are doing trade with Iran, how much they are investing in Iran. So that would, if you can then add it to ESG or just have it as an independent index, that would pressure on these firms. At the policy level, you need to have a path to victory package for the policyholders, for the investors, so they know that there is a path to victory. How can we overthrow this regime? And then you need to have the day after package. So what happens the day after? What would be the opportunities for you? And NUFDI's IPP project is focusing on the second part, the day after, and NUFDI is a maximum support project. It's really focusing on the first part, the path to victory one. So we need to work along those lines to convince the policymakers and investors that dealing with the regime is the wrong path to go, and helping the Iranian people actually will help them too.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Here in the middle. Or Kamran is...
Sorry, I'll take a prerogative here, I apologize. Saeed, you mentioned IPP, you guys talked about it as well. Dave, you talked about this obviously as the only non-Iranian on the panel, but we're very thankful that you're here. As an investor, as a business person, I know we talked about this panel, what makes Iran unique in some ways. But for you as an investor looking at that market across different sectors, across different verticals and industries, what makes Iran attractive for you, and as a business person who I know is not just interested in the profit or what you take home at the end of the day, which is obviously important for you and your other investors, but beyond the interesting industries, what makes it interesting for you as a project? You, I'm sure, can go invest in many places and make lots of money. So A, on the economic front, but B, also as more of a passion, why are you speaking at the future of the Iran conference with the future of investing in Iran and not any of the other nearly 200 countries out there? What makes it so interesting for you?
One observation I would have is that we're living in a global world more than ever. We are more connected than we ever have been. But I've always had an orientation to partner with special people that had special ideas on what they wanted to achieve. Early in my career, I partnered with 3 Iranian gentlemen that had immigrated during their education. It was in the mid to late 90s. And we ended up building a very successful company in California together. I've worked with people that have found their way to the United States from different countries and then gone back and worked with the countries that they came from. Haven't been able to do that in Iran. I think that I'm very much of the opinion that education is just so readily available. If we open up Iran, that if we team that with the right bridges, that Iran will just take off. Absolutely. And it would be it's a large country. It's got so much diversity to it. And so I'm very hopeful that if the country opens up, we can lean in, bridge it, and then get it going. So.
I think we have time for one more question, please. Up front. All right.
My name is Fariba Bayani, and this question is for you, Rostam. First, I want to say that how proud I am of you, your brother, and young people in this room who, instead of being out there doing what young people do and have fun, they're sitting here and helping the rest of us understand the young generation and how the young generation will help us to achieve our goals. There are not very many people in their mid-20s to be as blessed, and it's not just a blessing. I know it's been your brain and smart and hard work and everything put together. But there are a lot of people out there, young and passionate and energetic, that will build our future of our Iran. And those are the people that not only I'm proud of, but I'm hoping people like you will motivate. And I want to ask you, my question is, do you have a message for anyone in your generation who has the heart and who has the passion to do so? But like some of the people on the panel earlier said, what do we do? How do we do it? How can I help? Do you have a message for your generation who wants to be helpful?
I think my generation has gotten the message loud and clear. I think it's the older generation, and I said I was going to say it, but I've been so disappointed in our larger community in mobilizing in terms of resources. Like, you know, we, at some point, I think it's from the trauma of coming over our families, but we have to realize that, you know, it's not about if we have gold watches and plastic souls, it means nothing. And we have to put aside this materialism, and we look at these activists who give, you know, life and limb. We look at their courage and their sacrifice, and it inspires us. But how much courage and sacrifice do we show? How many of us are willing to say, you know what, I'm willing to put 10% of what I have to this, 20%, 50%, you know? How many on that wall there have given 100%, have 110%? And I think for me, it's that generation that I hope comes into the aid, because the young people have been in the streets dying. For me, you know, my reason to see a free Iran is very simple. You know, I love my grandparents. They've given so much for Iran. I want them to see a free Iran, like while they're alive. That's my life's mission is that. That's the answer to your question. And you know, I didn't know they were playing this video, but this video they played, you saw all these parents of and grandparents of kids who've lost their lives. And it just reminds me of the story my grandfather told me since I was a kid of the Shahnameh. We all know the story of Zahak and the story of Kaveh Feridun, a great champion who rises against the Serpent King. And Kaveh has like 40-something kids, and when his last son is called an execution, he comes in barging, and he looks at Zahak, and he says what that Iranian grandmother said about her, you killed my grandson. He says, why is it that you, who have so much, you have all this power, why are you taking why is the only thing that's our share fire and brimstone and suffering? And that's what Iranian parents and grandparents are asking. And I think the message for me would be know your history, know your mythology. We've faced this evil before, we'll face it again. But that spirit that rises up to meet that evil is also in us. You know, read Shahnameh, read Hafez, read Maulana, read Nasser Khosrow, read our greats. They're indoctrinating their military with brainwashed, evil, darkness. Let's efface that with education, with inspiration, with poetry, with literature. Let's show them what Iran really is, because it's in all of our homes and all of our hearts. But it's not going to happen until we all show up, you know, and say, you know what, we're going to take risks, we're going to sacrifice. You know, I think that's what it's going to take.
I think that's a perfect place to end it. So thank everyone on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. Please join us now for a brief networking and coffee break. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Welcome back. Our final panel, The Path Forward, bringing Iran back into the community of nations, will discuss the ongoing struggle to topple the Islamic Republic, examining potential game changers such as international coalitions, strict sanctions enforcement, mass labor strikes, armed forces positions, and high-level defections needed to reach critical mass for regime change. Joining us are Norman Rule, former National Intelligence Manager for Iran and current Senior Advisor to the Counter-Extremism Project and United Against Nuclear Iran, NUFDI's Policy Director, Navid Mohebi, Behnam Taleblu, Senior Fellow at the Foundations for the Defense of Democracy, and Matt Zweig, a former senior staffer on the House Foreign Affairs Committee and now with Foundation of Defense of Democracy Action. This panel will be moderated by attorney and NUFDI advisor Afsaneh Latei.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, first of all, NUFDI. I think everyone's in concert with me when I say thank you for organizing another thought-provoking and engaging conference. I'm honored to be here. And thank you to our distinguished panel today. Thank you for being here. Without further ado, I just want to say let's take this conversation to the path forward and start our discussions. Norm, the first question I'm going to have is for you. You have served with distinction at the highest levels of the US government in the intelligence community, watching Iran for decades. And I guess the conversation that we are having today, we can't really have it in a vacuum, where we know that there's currently talks between the US and Israel about the aftermath of the carnage last week and the terrorist attack by Hamas. I guess my question to you is, why can't we call a spade a spade? What's your thought on that? You know, obviously we don't want you to betray your sources, but why can't we just say, with the history that Iran has had in that part of the region, in that part of the world, and all the support that Iran has given to Hamas, why can't we just today say Iran has backed this terrorist attack?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the introduction. Thank you to the organizers of this event on behalf of myself and United Against Nuclear Iran, and it's an honor to be with my colleagues from the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. For 40 years, I've watched this issue, And the lack of consistency in U.S. policy is the greatest asset Tehran has and has aided its survival. There is a robust debate within Washington that seems to shift between administrations on engagement versus confrontation. And the supreme leader and the senior leaders of Iran know they just have to outweight us. Currently, we're in a situation where there is absolutely no question that Iran enabled the attacks on Israel, period. There's absolutely no question that Iran is responsible for lethal actions throughout the region that have left hundreds, thousands of many nationalities dead, period. The President of the United States gave a superb speech on this issue, and he didn't mention the word Iran. And that tells you what you need to know, that the issue of engagement, of the problem of the concern of complicating a variety of issues prevents us from saying the obvious other than in a theoretical or academic way. So I want to conclude by saying that even academically, we speak about this as if it's something that, well, everybody knows, but what are you going to do? Iran provides training, weapons, guidance, and support that enabled a group to kill people, and we talk about it as if it's something that, what are you going to do? And therefore, Iran gets away with everything it does in the region and will continue to do so. Missiles on Saudi Arabia, drones and missiles on the Emirates, attacks against U.S. servicemen in Iraq that killed hundreds, wounded thousands. We just don't take on regional issues in the West, and it's allowed the regime to survive and thrive.
But why do you think that is in terms of, I mean, obviously it's a broader question, but knowing that the mayhem this is causing in that region, is it because they want to keep the region in the current situation? Why do you think the United States right now, why do you think the Biden administration is not pointing the finger at Iran?
Well, it's certainly true that this is consistent, and the Biden administration, in fairness, has stated publicly, John Kirby, Jake Sullivan, and others, that Iran is behind much of Hamas activity, and Hamas would not be Hamas without Iran's support. That's correct, and it's okay. So the answer then the next question is, so what? What are we going to do about it? And there's silence not only from the United States, but from Europe, because the so what is quite consequential, and it has an impact on everything from the people who live in the region, the potential for cutting off of energy flows, hostages. We have family members of a hostage, and we need to keep those processes going. And within Washington, that becomes a complicated series of discussions that often lead nowhere except best to not talk about it today. We'll try to look at it next week.
Thank you. Behnam, do you have anything to add to that?
Is this thing on? Okay. Yes, I always wondered, actually, I was 2 days sitting in the back, why does this look like, if anyone's seen Iranian TV, like the microphones on Iranian TV, these big, puffy ones. Thank you again to NUFDI for organizing really an amazing 2 days, and to panelists and moderator for sharing the stage with me. Incredibly tough act to follow, given that I don't have 4 decades of US government experience or even an iota of time in the intelligence community. But I will venture one theory, and forgive me for the navel-gazing, Norm. You know, Iran has a proxy strategy for a reason. You know, these asymmetric tools working through cutouts, they're designed to not only not aid in attribution, but to make attribution harder. So in this case, even though we do know Iran has several decades of arming, training, equipping, funding many of these proxies, it's created some in some theaters, it's co-opted some in other theaters. The whole point of the proxy strategy is that so that if you ever do get to a point of, so what do we do? The so what do we do is quarantined and contained and away from the Islamic Republic. So someone else pays the price, someone else gets the blame, someone else gets the name and shame, someone else gets the sanctions, someone else gets the assassination, someone else gets the kinetic or military force. So I've been watching this debate for a week in Washington, and it's as if almost some US policymakers forgot or are intentionally pulling punches that the reason attribution is hard, or perhaps they're looking for a certain signal intercept of the green light or the pale green light was given for this operation. The reason this works, the reason there is a fog of war, is because Iran designed it precisely so that there would be a fog of war. The whole reason pointing a finger is hard, it's the success strategy of the proxy strategy. It's not the fog of war. If there is fog, it's them. So it's kind of a tautological argument, but it's just an interesting thing to note that's been missing from the debate for the past couple days.
If I could just add on to that's a brilliant point. Iran's actions follow a very typical posture for rogue actors. I'm going to use a slightly different language, but agreeing completely with you. Iran's actions must be attributable, but they must simultaneously be deniable. And what this does is it puts Iran into a position where it gets the credit in the region for its power projection, its support for radicals. It gets all the credit, but none of the legal responsibility. So within the United States, we have a situation where public officials, former public officials, and private officials were targeted by Iranian assassins. What you have is a situation where we not only had them protected by the Secret Service, but the same Secret Service protected Ebrahim Raisi when he came to New York. And US and other diplomats did not walk out of the room when Ebrahim Raisi held up a picture of Qasem Soleimani. Now that basically tells you how Iran gets out of things. So if Behnam conducts something on behalf of the Quds Force, he goes to jail. And by the way, being on stage with me is probably that. They've destroyed your reputation. He goes to jail, and we tut-tut Tehran. So Tehran can do anything from assassination, missiles supporting Tehran, et cetera, supporting Hamas, et cetera, and we target the direct actor, and we turn to Tehran and we say, we're not going to cut off your oil flow to China, but we will do sanctions against people who have no assets abroad, no use of financial systems, they don't travel, and the regime doesn't want them to travel, and we will say, we've put sanctions on Iran.
Thank you both. Behnam, this is a question for you. Why do you think, despite all the pressure that's been on Iran in the past year and a few months, both internally, externally, that this regime is still standing? And what do you think some lessons have we learned from maximum pressure?
So this is the part that's going to take us into happy hour. I assume for that answer that we're going to need some time. Or for the regime's resilience, we call it sad hour. But listen, there's an aperture we can broaden. For the past 1.5 years, or really, people have been living through many years of domestic protest uprisings in Iran before. One reason for the resilience of the security forces, the cohesion of the security forces, is how stratified they are. That's one thing we've learned from the outside, watching, unfortunately, watching through social media and other means, the Islamic Republic actively crack down, right? There's a different cocktail of security forces they shake and they throw at a different province, at a different type of protest, at a different time. If you look at the layered apparatus of repression they have, based on the crowd in front of them, based on the capabilities, they have anywhere from the paid vigilantes, which are semi-state, if not officially state-sponsored, the Ansar Hezbollah types. Then you have one level above, you have the active all-volunteer Basij and all of their different regional affiliates. Then one level above that, you have the various, the actual police, the law enforcement forces, and the offshoots, the Yegana Vijay, the special forces. And then one level above that, you have the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the ground forces, which actively has the Basij in it. So they have this entire apparatus. And again, based on the crowd, the size, the demographics, what the regime is assessing of what this crowd can do, they can shake this up, throw this at the crowd in different iterations, in different sizes. Each one of these has different kinds of weapons. You saw most, sadly, scarily, violently in the past year, them use even, what is this, the Sachmei, like almost like the pellet gun, what is the BB gun,
Shotgun.
shotgun.
Shotgun, yeah.
Using those things, firing it at women's private parts, the eyes. We have literally the panel Naveed put together up there is quite literally showing you the victims of the Islamic Republic suppression using a different kind of tool by a different kind of organization against a different kind of protester at a different time of protest. Most unfortunately, they have the use of force down to a science. That is one thing. To go to the second part of your question, the maximum pressure part, this is something I saw for the past day and a half, 2 days, a lot of people agreeing with it. Every time there were different audience panelists here talking about the need to return to maximum pressure or return to tough economic sanctions. If we're ever going to make that return, not even a political question, if we're ever going to make that return, we have to understand how the regime generated revenue and survived and found new windpipes during the past maximum pressure. You know, we have a colleague here from my foundation, Saeed Qasemi-Nijad. He's quite literally a trained econometric scholar. Him and I have just been working on an oil article talking about the money that Iran has been able to get from crude oil sales, condensate sales, but also regional sales. You know, Iran's regional trade is a big problem. Iran's non-oil exports have surged to even outpace oil exports. This is actually a revolution in Iranian exports. Beyond that, of course, bartering is a huge problem, and it's going to grow as soon as the Iran-Russia relationship continues to grow. But they have found successful ways to offset some of our most potent non-military tools. And if we return to those tools and don't calibrate them based on the reality that we assessed of, oh, how did you survive the past go-around, we are quite literally setting ourselves up for failure while patting ourselves on the back for reapplying a policy that looks tough or feels tough or sounds tough.
You brought up sanctions, and I was actually going to ask this question to Matt, who couldn't make it here today. So I'll just let you expand on that a little bit. We heard Castro on the morning panel mention sanctioning the oligarchs in the US and in the EU, as they've done in Russia, and Saeed expand on that again. There have been sanctions on various Iranian industries and some individuals, but how can we make them work better? How can we strengthen them, Behnam, such as the oil sanctions? And why haven't they been as effective? And are there other areas that we can sanction? And actually, all three of you can, if you would like to. Okay, Navi.
Yeah, I think sanctions are effective if you implement them. During the Trump administration, the administration was able to lower the oil revenue of the regime to under 300,000 barrels of oil per day. But in the past 2 months, we saw that the regime was able to sell 2 million barrels of oil per day. So if you implement sanctions, if the administration has the will to hold the Iranian regime accountable, I think one of the most effective tools that we have against the Iranian regime is the oil sanction, and we should start from there. You know, over the past 2 days, a lot of people talked about $6 billion for the hostage deal. But there's a bigger issue. Since President Biden came to office, Iranian regime sold $95 billion of oil. And just last year, in 2022, OPEC reported that the regime sold $42 billion of oil. And this was actually more than the first year of JCPOA's implementation. So if there are so many people asking why the Iranian regime is so hesitant to get back to the negotiating table, or why the Biden administration couldn't bring the regime to the table, it's because without sanction, or with sanction, the regime is selling the same amount of oil and they are making the same amount of revenue. So what's the need for negotiation? The regime doesn't feel the pain. And I think that there are two types of sanctions that are the most effective. First is the central bank sanctions, cutting off the regime's access to its funds, and then targeting the regime's oil revenue. Over the past 6 years, we have had massive uprisings in Iran, and a lot of people are asking whether this was a revolution or is going to succeed or topple the Islamic Republic regime. My answer is that we are not there yet. And I'm concerned that if we have another round of protests, it's going to have the same outcome as last year's uprising, because I see this as a puzzle. Our people are so dedicated, they're losing their lives. Over the past 6 years, I think we have lost more than 2,300 protesters in Iran. So they are sacrificing, but there are other pieces of puzzle that are not in place. And that's why I don't want to see any other round of protests happening anytime soon until the international community provide maximum support, so that if they are paying the price, if they are losing their lives, it's going to bring an outcome, a positive outcome. And the fact of the matter is that the regime is stronger than Iranian protesters. Every time regime was able to crush these protests, people are empty-handed. On one side we have a nation that has aspiration for a free and democratic Iran, and they're empty-handed, they have no international support. On the other hand, a regime that is capable of killing the Iranian people, and they are willing to kill to the last of Iranian people to preserve the regime. So what we can do, the international community can do to change this trajectory, and that is that we have to tip the balance in favor of the Iranian people by weakening the regime and providing maximum support for the Iranian people. Just imagine that this regime runs out of cash, and they're not being able to pay for millions of government employees, retirees, those who are reliant on social security, and even the RGC thugs. A couple million people are being paid by IRGC. So just imagine the regime runs out of cash, what's going to happen? The same people that are relying on this regime, they are going to join the protest. And we are going to have a millions-man march in the street of Tehran and other big cities. But we are just not there yet. If I have just one recommendation for President Biden and the US government, is to suffocate the Iranian regime and target the Iranian regime oil revenue, these $42 billion per year. This is not acceptable. When the regime runs out of cash, and that's when you see fracture and infighting among regime officials, and they wouldn't be able to successfully crush protests if they're fighting among themselves.
Just a very quick footnote to Navid's very helpful reminder for the administration that the oil is the major lifeline. But to keep an eye on those other lifelines, those evolving lifelines to petrochemical, you can stop an oil tanker and determine if the oil is Iranian. Oil is going for like $100 a barrel or something, hypothetically. You stop another tanker that is carrying petrochemical products, you can't determine where it comes from. And because the price of this is higher, you have more people willing to do the smuggling. And then you can't, again, attribution, you can't attribute back to Iran. So keep an eye for the way that the web of sanctions grows, the way the web around the sanctions grows as well. So that's one. And two is, a lot of these things are bureaucratic in the end of the day. The Treasury Department is overtaxed, overworked, and probably underpaid. Everybody and their mother has a sanctions regime program now. Venezuela, Syria, Cuba, North Korea, Iran, Iraq, Russia. Imagine how many people in the Treasury Department are focusing on Russia-Ukraine sanctions. I think there's a real human resource staffing problem for the US government as well. You've seen a steady rise in the number of these sanctions programs since 9/11. It's America's favorite overt way to respond to threats. But I don't think bureaucratically, technically, legally, and even in a budgetary sense, you've seen a commensurate rise in staffing, in funding. If this is going to be America's major tool, it has to be resourced, it has to be funded. It sounds very boring and bureaucratic, but those are the ways some of the most toughest and important debates in Washington are won.
But I think it's more about political will rather than a staff
That too.
shortage. Because how about during the Trump administration, they lowered the oil revenue under like 300,000.
Yes, but there was no Russia-Ukraine war then. I agree with you. These are both complementary, both the will and the capability.
We know that these oils are going to China and through Malaysia, so targeting them shouldn't be a big issue for the Biden administration. But the problem is that I think there is a quiet agreement between Biden administration and the Iranian regime: do not escalate or do not continue enriching uranium, and we will turn the other way for enforcing oil sanction. I think that's what's happening.
So without going into any details, I will speak in some hypotheticals. For 40 years, the United States government has looked at this, okay? Do you actually think there's anything we don't know after 40 years? Okay, I'm not done. For 40 years, we have looked at this. Do you actually think that it's something we didn't do because it's easy, not too much of a problem, or there are complications? So let's take China, okay? Madam, we're sending you to China this week. And you're here to say that the Xinjiang Peninsula teapots are buying Iranian oil, the refineries. We want you to tell them to knock it off. You have some issues about the dollar. We need to tell them to knock off support for Russia. We need their help on North Korea. We need to talk about the World Health Organization. 2 people in the US government thinks that we need to talk to them about the next COVID. So we need you to beat them up for a little bit and then ask them for a number of favors. So the bureaucracy is not understaffed, but the bureaucracy has competing issues that go forward. And that week, suddenly, COVID cooperation is what you want, and beating Xi Jinping up on buying Chinese oil is not the issue that can be discussed at that meeting. And there aren't that many decision makers with whom you meet. This isn't something where someone from the embassy just trots over and passes a piece of paper to the Chinese Foreign Ministry and things happen. There are also the issue of how and they're right on oil and petrochemicals, no question. We have now the problem that Iran's reserves have spiked. So today, all of these things are now in place again. They're now in place. How many months is it going to take to gnaw this down to the point where we have that starvation of funds to the Iranian regime? And during that period, someone is going to say, we need to calm the region. We need to ask Iran for help on hostages. I'm old enough to remember Iran-Contra. It started off with Iranian hostages in Lebanon. We now have Iranian hostages in hands of another proxy. Who knows where that's going to end up? But we have multiple European actors who need to stand with us on those same sanctions so that we can stop the ships, the insurance, all the many things that go with it. And that diplomacy requires a lot of effort, and then you're standing with the French or the Germans, and they have the whole list of issues they want to conduct. Now, the Trump administration did it, and they terrifically upset the Europeans, right? And this administration correctly says our allies were against us on our Iran policy under the Trump administration. They leave out everybody who's a victim of Iran was for us under the Trump administration. So this is complicated. You have to make a decision at the policy level. What are you going to do? What are you going to risk? And then you have to pray you have more than 2 to 3 years left in office, because if the next administration comes in and they say, I'm fresh, I'm new, a back channel has told us they're willing to compromise. If we lighten up pressure, they're willing to compromise on hostages, regional issues, et cetera, let's give it a try. So watch these administrations on containment, confrontation, and engagement go up and down. It's a gift to Tehran. So consistency on this policy is critical, or frankly, it's also a bit of a feel-good policy.
Norm, let's just stay with you for the next question as well. If the United States moves to embrace another version of maximum pressure or even perhaps maximum support, as we've heard here today by the different panelists, what do you think Iran's response is going to be to that, and how can we be prepared to offset that?
So when you design a sanctions regime, there are a couple of different things you can think about. There's something that makes you feel good. No ice cream for the IRGC. Cut it off. Okay? That actually has a benefit because it tells everybody in Europe, hey, there's some sanctions. I better not sell ice cream or things with the Iranians. But then you want to say, what touches the supreme leader's inner circle? So you should look at every sanction the administration, any administration puts forward and say to yourself, does the supreme leader of Iran and the head of the IRGC care about this? All right, they care about this. Then you say, do they think you're going to stick with this for a long time? Okay, they think we're going to stick with this for a long time. Then they test you. Actions in Iraq, actions in the Arabian Sea, hostages. Are you going to stick with this? I was the intelligence advisor to the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action negotiation team for most of the meetings. I'm nonpartisan, rigidly nonpartisan, work with Democrats and Republicans. My job was to make sure policymakers were smart, they do policy. I'm not allowed to have a voice in that. If the Obama administration had been able to think of the phrase maximum pressure, I would bet both of my shoes they would have used it. Because in 2014, the belief was we had done, as the United States, with our European partners, pretty much everything that could be done. We had military forces stationed in the region, not just Iraq and Afghanistan, but regular aircraft carriers. We had unity in the Gulf. But the Iranians didn't come running to the table. The Islamic Republic came to the table to see what deal was available, not I'm here for any deal. So then they test you. We're here. Now at that point you need to have a fortitude to say, I'll tell you what, I'm going to meet you for 3 days and then I'm walking away. Instead it's, I'm meeting you for 3 days. You know, he sounded like he's going to give something. He went to Tehran, he came back and he said, you know, the hardliners they're wavering, but if you can stop sanctions for a week and a half, you know, I bet we can get this deal. You've got to have the fortitude to say, no, thank you so much for playing, I'm walking away. If we do that, then we start to compress decisions around the supreme leader to say, is the prize of your behavior worth the price of this to economic and political stability that undermines the Islamic Republic at a time of transition to the next generation of its leadership? These are yes or no questions. And frankly, in Washington, the many, respectfully, think tanks, the many voices, there are people here who say engagement is great. Iran runs information operations to play with our behavior. And it's tough. I have to wave one last flag on oil sanctions. It shouldn't be lost that in the last year, the most significant oil sanction on Iran came about in part because of, United Against Nuclear Iran's work on an oil tanker. How many other oil tankers have been stopped? And we're in a situation where we're in an NGO. Is one of your main weapons on oil sanctions? It tells you something about fortitude and where we're willing to go down the line. And if you're Tehran, you can then play with that.
I just want to add one point about the importance of sanction against the regime. I remember reading the interview of the head of ODNI, and he was talking about what was the Iranian regime's motive for interfering in the US election. And the reason was that Khamenei was concerned about the continuation of maximum sanctions against the regime, and he thought that if this type of sanctions continue, it may overthrow the Islamic Republic regime. I'm not saying that that was true, but that was how he felt about US sanctions. But Khamenei was so lucky that the duration of those sanctions, maximum pressure, was less than 2 years. Less than 2 years. Just imagine if that had continued for another 4 years, 6 years, I think we would have been in a different place. So I think the key point is that we have to suffocate the Iranian regime in terms of access to cash. I remember during the last administration, the regime had to slash the funds of salaries of its proxies in Iraq. From $1,500, they had to cut it to $750. And if they do the same thing to their own Basiji members and militias and IRGCs and their own employees, they are going to turn against the regime because they work for the money. They no longer, have any ideological connection to the regime similar to the, early days of the revolution. I don't buy this, short staff or, we don't know how to do it. The U.S. knows how to do it, they just don't have the political will because we have done it in the past and we can do it again.
Nothing in life, if I can just footnote, nothing in life is monocausal. If everyone says there's one reason why, it's probably a multi-variety of reasons why. It's very hard to find things in life that are often one reason why. And I want to kind of paint a picture of moving backwards a little bit. And I have to mention this anecdote just because it's funny. And 10 years I'm with FDD. This is not a political ideological thing. But Navid, do you know what the IRGC had to use to pay, and this is a joke, inside joke, had to use to pay the Iraqi Shia militias, especially when they used to pay with pallets of cash? Does anyone know what they came to them in 2019 and in 2020? How did they try to buy their loyalty?
How?
One agate ring.
Wow.
You can't do anything with this.
Yeah, because they were running out of cash.
Exactly.
Yes.
This won't do anything for you. This is just, it's a match mishitiga. This is what they were. This is me concurring with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying it's more than one reason. It's more than one reason. The sanctions, the will is absolutely. If it's a cocktail, this is the primary ingredient. You have to have the will. But you also have to have the legal authorities. You have to have the timeline, like Norm said, to be able to implement a policy over a period of time to show to the regime that you have more resolve than them. And then this is a good thing for people here to note who would like to see a policy, have a vision of what that policy is, but we have to think red team what our adversary would do in response to that policy. And I feel like, Norm, correct me if I'm going out too far here, but the regime understood that we had risk aversion even though we embraced, even during maximum pressure, on a very risk-tolerant policy. So they not only tried to run the clock against the maximum pressure, they tried to throw the administration off, to make it look bad, right? First they shoot down the drone. What was even Trump's response? Nothing. Then the cruise missile and drone strikes against the oil field in Saudi Arabia. What was Trump's response? Nothing. Even then after that, after the US killed Soleimani, a major accomplishment for the former administration, then shortly thereafter, a barrage of 16 precision strike short-range ballistic missiles targeted 2 facilities where US forces were undefended. It was the largest ballistic missile barrage in US history since the end of World War II, and it was brought to you by the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the world's foremost state sponsor of terrorism. The US absorbed the strike. The US did nothing. Fast forward to 2022, Biden, totally different administration. September of last year, a joint ballistic missile and drone strike against northern Iraq, against Erbil, kills a US citizen. For the first time, a US citizen dies due to a ballistic missile barrage. The US also does nothing. The reason I'm painting this picture is because even if you have an administration pursuing a sanctions policy, Iran is going to do things to knock it off, to deprivilege our desire to see not just oil sanctions implemented, but oil sanctions enforced. And instead, you're going to have people come out of the woodwork and say, no, 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 de-escalation. No, 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 deconfliction. No, 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 Iran is going to go to 90% if you do this. So it's going to, Iran's responses to sanctions is not always just going to be in the economic domain. You sanction this ship, they change the register. You sanction this vessel, they smuggle it on a different ship. They're going to respond in different areas and try to force you to turn back the clock. And I'm sorry I said this would be short, just one more anecdote. Yesterday you heard David Payman talk a lot about the end of the Iran-Iraq war. In the speech that Khomeini gave, where he ended that conflict, he gave two very famous lines. One about the poison chalice, that he drank from the poison chalice. He settled for a suboptimal solution. That's going to be the secret of sanctions again, to get Khamenei to settle for a suboptimal solution. But Iran then was so afraid of the alternative that Khomeini said something else that people often forget. He said, "Age aberuy dashtem jaloy Khoda pas gereftam." If I had any dignity before God, I bargained it away. Very rarely in the life of that Ayatollah did you hear Khomeini say something like that.
He was humiliated.
He was humiliated. And it was one of the few and only times, like David Payman said, that the regime did a 180. And until we're willing to drive this regime to get to that point...
Because United States destroyed Iran's navy. That's why Khomeini had to stop the war.
And also they thought the Vincennes plane...
So, I was there for all that.
Tell us.
And there are two issues here. First, your bottom lines are spot on. Spot on. All of your examples are mainly misunderstood. That's pretty shocking. And the reason for that is it's kind of like a bad breakup. When you turn to someone and say, how's it going with your bad breakup? Their answer is, well, I've broken up. Well, what's the story? And the answer is, well, it's complicated. All the examples you gave, the stories are complicated. And that becomes a significant problem for policymakers who have to deal with very smart people and a polity on the outside who see one thing and they don't see other things. But that's okay. What you should, however, have at the same time is confidence that the government has a set of primary frameworks and a consistent strategy. The Trump administration's strategy was pressure on Iran. Now, you can talk about different issues, and I would be careful about doing so, he said pointedly. The Biden administration has, for complicated reasons, oil sales have skyrocketed, and the consequences will be strategic. If you put maximum pressure in today, it might be months, if not a couple of years, before you gnaw that down, and things will happen in the middle. So we've got a situation where, in the end of the day, you have to starve the regime of resources. I'm a Ferengi, okay? We're in southwestern Pennsylvania. You all have relatives, many of you have relatives in Iran. You start cutting salaries, I guarantee you there's going to be someone at the NSC meeting to say, we're hurting people in Iran. And you have to look really, really hard in that mirror to say, I'm going to do a policy that hurts innocent people in Iran.
But the people are not concerned about sanctions.
I'm just saying, when you say people, people are out there, and I know the stories, and I know what people say. And by the way, I've been behind and supporting a lot of these issues, frankly, I think before you were born. But
that's true.
That's true. But it is a real thing, and there's a goodness there too, that people are not trying to hurt innocent people, but it's hard. So you're now the president of the United States, and I've spoken to two presidents of the United States on pretty much their second day of office to talk about this issue. And in each case, they turned to someone next to them and said, and I wanted this job? And they all laughed darkly, and we move on. So you have three options against Iran, on Iran with Hamas right now, okay? We're in the White House. The first is diplomacy. You deliver a démarche. Please stop this. It's upsetting the region. Innocents are dying. Do you think Ismail Qani and the Quds Force will stop? Yes or no? Anybody in the room say yes? Got it. Okay, let's go to the third option. We launch a massive military attack on Iran, and there'll be people in the room who'll say you're now a few weeks from 600,000 US soldiers. How many people in the room are in favor of another war in Southwest Asia? Got it. Sounds like everyone in the room now has landed on long-term corrosive economic sanctions. And long-term corrosive economic sanctions require allies, they require consistency, And they require someone to be able to stand up to other people and say, innocent people are going to suffer here. But you only have those two other options. And the problem in the Washington dynamic is we often, it's as if there's some option 7 or option 3B that's out there. Or if we do just a little bit of that, it's going to work. And it's not. You must starve the regime of resources. And there are consequences for that. But if you don't starve them over a long period of time, you might find yourself pushed to number 3 because the regime pushes you into war.
I think that when I look at the protests and people's slogan in the protests, the same people that protested because of economic grievances, they never, not a single time, they chanted against U.S. sanctions. I'm not saying that they welcome U.S. sanctions, but they understand that to bring down the regime, sanction is absolutely necessary because of the same reason that in South Africa, Nelson Mandela advocated for sanction against the regime. Because they understand, they are saying that we are suffering, but in order to bring down the regime, yes, we take more hit, and we're going to lose even more money, but if that helps to bring down the Iranian regime, let's do it. If I was the United States, I would look at my policies over the past 15 years. I read intelligence report, annual report every year. Every single time since 15 years ago, they said that Iran's nuclear program is getting worse. Iran's ballistic missile is getting worse. Iran's threats are increasing. Not only everything that has existed are getting worse, but we have new problems by the regime and new threats. What are those threats? Iran is infiltrating in the US election. It's the new threat from the regime, and Iranian regime is trying to kidnap Iranian dissidents on US soil. If I was United States, I would see that, my policies are failing with sanction, without sanction, with Biden administration, with Trump administration. These policies are not working. Why not try something new? Do you know what I try? I tried the same kind of policies that the Iranian regime is using to go after Israel, to go after Saudi Arabia. And their successful policy of supporting dissidents of those countries, and it is paying off, it's working perfectly. Iranian regime helped to create Hamas in 1987, and now Hamas is fighting with Israel, and Israel needs US backing in order to survive. Iranian regime was able to successfully take over Sana'a, the capital of Yemen, because the strategy of supporting dissidents is working. United States should realize that everything that they have done is failing. None of their policies are working. It's time to support the Iranian people to topple this regime. The issues with Iran, the issues that we have right now with the Islamic Republic is too big. We can't just make a deal and say, oh, we don't have any problem with the regime anymore. You solved Iran's nuclear program. How about Iran's other issues? Threats are so many. So it's time for a new policy, and I think that the US has to be bold, has to be brave. They need to have the same dedication that the regime is showing to its proxies, show to the Iranian people.
So I have to respond.
Yes.
Okay, you're wrong. And as the person who was behind a number of those annual threat assessments, it doesn't say it's getting worse.
It is saying worse.
Okay,
I read the past 5 years.
I've got it. I just saw them, but I appreciate the fact that you read them. Okay.
Yeah.
Norm.
Just hear me out. We have constrained a number of Iran's activities. It's nowhere near sufficient. And your views on what we should do with sanctions, I endorse many of them. But I tell everyone in the room, what you have to realize is this is a very complicated polity in Washington, and there are many people who say the opposite. And my advice to you, and I say this, it's going to sound facetious, but I don't mean it to be. When you get the number of electoral votes required to make your position relevant, then your opinion actually carries weight in a room. because the number of electoral votes I received was the disappointment my mother predicted. And I've been in the room with 5 presidents on this issue. None of them have said they want to abandon the Iranian people. All of them had to deal with the consequences of if we do this, there are those who say, and we might have a land war in Southwest Asia. Now, you and I may say that's absolutely not true, but truth in lending, we're not the guy or gal who has to send thousands of people to their death.
I'm saying their policies are not working.
The policies aren't working enough, but Iran's nuclear program has been constrained. They've had bad luck in a number of other areas around the world, and things, all I can tell you is things the world can always be worse. So I don't want to disagree with your fundamental points, but I do have to leave you with one thing. Your US government has a lot of heroes and hard workers in it who do achieve successes within the boundaries of a policy framework. It may not be enough, you got my vote, but let's not discount that everything is getting worse.
Norm,
Yeah,
and I just want to follow up on something with Norm. This is important. So at this juncture, just listening to you and everything you just said, why wouldn't a strategy of regime change in Iran be helpful or harmful for the US?
As someone who might understand that phrase, it can be interpreted 100 different ways. Regime change isn't just we want to get rid of the supreme leader or the Revolutionary Guard. That's actually the official position right now of the Biden administration. You'll have many Biden officials say publicly, we wish there were someone else there. But wishes won't make this happen. And it has not been US policy for many years to engage in that. I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing. I'm saying it's a thing. So to undertake this requires fortitude, consistency, recognition of the consequences, recognition that people inside might get hurt, recognition that people outside might get hurt, and a real commitment. But, and I know I'm being recorded, and I'm sure the Revolutionary Guard will be seeing some of this in the MOIS. You will all one day be out of work. Okay, I'm saying this to the Revolutionary Guard and the MOIS. You will all be out of work, and the people of Iran will put you in prison. So I'm saying that for the record. But this is very complicated, and it's something where you need political leadership and consistency to execute.
Behnam, you've been looking at the regime in Iran for a while now at the FDD. What are some of their successful practices that might be worth emulating? What can we learn from them?
Well, Navid had a view on replicating some of their proxy strategies, but moral equivalency aside, part of the victory that the US already has is that we are not the Islamic Republic of Iran. We look different, we feel different, we think different. We have a qualitatively different approach to street protests in this country than street protests in that country. But, and to now be a footnote to my friend Navid's good commentary, there are things to learn even from an adversary. And I think, again, Norm also hit this point right on the head, looking at what they're looking at quite well. There was a line that was said in 2010 that first got translated to English in 2013. And it was said about Iraq, but then they applied it later to Syria. And the person who said the line was none other than Qasem Soleimani. And he was talking about Iran supporting, the Islamic Republic supporting Iraq. And then again, when the quote went live, when it went viral, they talked about it for when the Islamic Republic was supporting Syria. Many of you are immigrants or first-generation Americans, know full well the politics that may be behind this quote. But Soleimani told an Iraqi official, quote, "We're not like the Americans. We don't abandon our friends." End quote. Very loaded quote, very loaded statement. I'm not saying the US has constantly wavered, but we have the right to be critical of some of the vacillations in US-Iran policy over many, many, many decades. And this not abandoning your friend's business. Sometimes it's easier said than done, and sometimes vice versa. But to Navid's point about proxies or partners or friends or allies or whatever you want to call them, the Iranian people are our friends. we should not be abandoning our friends. So step number one, do not abandon your friends. Don't vindicate Soleimani from the grave. Stand with the Iranian people, support the Iranian people.
I know we are running a little bit short on time, but this discussion is too good, so I want to put out a couple of more questions out there. Navid, you've been an activist in Iran, outside of Iran. You've been imprisoned 3 times by the Iranian government. I think you have your finger on the pulse of the protesters and what they want, what they're fighting for. And just moving towards goals in the Iranian diaspora, we seem to share a lot of the things that we think the people in Iran want, like establishing a strike fund or the internet. What are some of the reasons you think that has not happened? I mean, clearly, some of it is financial, but what other reasons do you think are the reason these things have not happened in Iran?
Getting money from United States government is very hard, and in order to get that kind of support, like similar to what Israel is getting, $3 billion per year as aid, it's very tough. To do that, you need to have organizational structure, you need to have massive lobbying efforts, and a huge community that is involved in order to advocate for those kind of policies. For the pro-Jewish and pro-Israel community, for United States to succeed, I was looking at the funding of many of the organizations that are active, and I was adding the numbers, and last night, and I got close to $500 million. So they have a massive, huge organizational structure, funding, resources, and a great sense of belongingness to a cause, and they have been able to advocate for that cause, and now Israel is getting $3 billion per year. For us Iranians to do that, I don't think that we have that kind of resources right now, but generally speaking, I think that as Islamic Republic is working closely with terrorists, with Hamas and with other groups all around the world, Iranian people should also start working with the state of Israel. They are our friends. United States, Iranian also should start working with Ukrainians and United States in trying to bring those people together, establish a working group, and put pressure on the Iranian regime. I have to reiterate again, I think that the US policies on Iran have miserably failed, whether Biden administration, Trump administration, all of these policies. And the reason that I'm saying these threats are increasing, just look at the Middle East in terms of regional aggression of the Iranian regime. Not only they have been successful in Syria, in Lebanon, with Hezbollah, with Houthis, with Islamic Jihad, with Hamas. And last year I was reading a report that the regime was getting involved in Scotland, election. So they are going way above the Middle East. So when I say that these threats are increasing, that's true. They are increasing. Just look at the Middle East. The regime is even trying to infiltrate in Latin America. So that's why I'm saying it's time for United States to come up with new policies.
Okay. I think we need to leave some time for questions, but let me just ask our panel one last question, and this is kind of directed at all 3 of you, is just moving forward, what are you most optimistic about for Iran, in Iran, and what are you afraid of?
Maybe we go that way.
Mr. Norman.
I'm optimistic about the Iranian people who show courage. They inspire the world. From Evin prison, they inspire the world, and from the streets of Iran, they inspire the world, and frankly, in this room, they inspire the world. I shouldn't be here. I don't have the honor to be in front of this extraordinary group, but you all should be on this stage, and the world should be watching you right now and listening to you, because this is the future of Iran. What I'm worried about is that we have a continuation of the international community being willing to tolerate Iran's behavior towards its own people, towards the region, and being unwilling to take very hard measures and the risks that go with that. And that's my fear, as we see a leadership transition to a new generation or a post-revolutionary generation of leadership in Iran. They're going to be very hard and very difficult. And the international community owes the Iranian people and the community more than they're getting.
Go with Behnam.
Go ahead.
You can go ahead. So what was the question? Sorry.
What are you most afraid of, and what are you most optimistic of?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't like to see Iranian people forgotten, because the price that they have been paying over the past 6 years is unprecedented. You don't see any, at least since I followed the news and politics over the past 20 years, no nation has paid such a price for freedom, to gain back their dignity, their country back. My concern is that the international community is not paying attention to what's going on in Iran. I want them to see Iranian people as their allies. The regime is the enemy, but the Iranian people are your allies. My message to the state of Israel, to United States, to Western countries, that take the Iranian people and Iranian opposition seriously, start working with them. You can start with something small, but that kind of cooperation can lead to some positive outcome. Because we Iranians alone, without support with a regime that is armed to teeth, we cannot defeat them at current situation. We need international support.
So I don't want to be a tautologist, but I will be. I absolutely am inspired by the Iranian people. That wasn't the reason I delayed the question. The reason I delayed the question, and that is obviously the source of optimism, the reason I delayed the question is because, unfortunately, there are so many things that I worry about. One, the growing gap between the tracks, human rights and nuclear nonproliferation. They're literally fighting each other. These two different policy communities are fighting each other when they should be working with one another. They have two totally different conceptualizations of what threat matters more, what issue matters more for US foreign policy, and in this case for Iran policy. That's one. Two is how Khamenei and the regime thinks. I am worried about that. There's a conventional wisdom in this town, I don't want to put a number behind it, but like 70, 80%, that, Khamenei, he's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. He's not exactly like his predecessor. He's a very different kind of guy. His whole point is to get Iran to get a nuclear capability, to be within a threshold status. I'm very concerned about the examples Khamenei learned over the past, 8 maybe years. On a bipartisan basis, based on a bipartisan foreign policy failure basis, that America is on the way out, globally and regionally on the way out. And that is, in my view, as a proud Iranian American, that is a wrong view to have. But nonetheless, the data can lead Khamenei to that conclusion. If there's no response after those attacks that I mentioned, if there's a willingness to disconnect the dots so much between Iran and Hamas, if there's a willingness to not see your greatest ally as the Iranian people and kind of pull punches consistently and redefine the Iran issue to a narrow nuclear nonproliferation issue, and even then not to solve it, but just to kick the can down the road, my fear is that 80% conventional wisdom that seems to exist in DC, that Khamenei will get very, 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 very close and then kind of be content with passing that on to the next generation. My fear is that the other 20% would kick in and Khamenei will say, I've gone all the way. America is on the way out. And I really, really, really fear the vindication that Khomeini had when he said after the November, the 6 Aban, the storming of the US Embassy just days later, he said, America cannot do a damn thing. How many of you remember the phrase, "Amrika hiç ghalati namitavanet bekonad"? Remember that phrase? I'm very afraid of some Supreme National Security Council meeting where Iran is on razor's edge, and the thing that pushes them over the edge is their impression of American irresolution, their impression of pulled punches, and going all the way and trying to get the ultimate weapon so that Khamenei, at whatever stage of his life, on his deathbed, says, I inherited the Islamic Republic, but being the godfather of the Shiite bomb, I ensured it. And I'm very afraid of that. Not to end on a negative note.
Well, is there, I know they just called time, but is there anything you are hopeful about?
Oh yeah, I led with the hopeful, the Iranian people. I led with that, but this was a little bit longer.
Do we have time for maybe one question?
So those who have not asked questions before, so maybe start from...
Can I take one or two questions, Conrad? Please.
Just people that have not asked questions before, so you're fair to everyone.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Azadeh Afsahi. I don't have much experience in the politics. However, I have experience in human interaction and psychology. And when I want to kind of change the way my patients work is that if they want to change, I want to give them something to change for. So what I feel like it's missing is that the West, we all know politics equal money, money equals power. That's pretty much what I have understood from politics so far that I've been in it for the past year. So if they want money and the West is negotiating with Iran because of oil money, how come we don't tell them that you can get more than oil money if this regime is changed? How come this part of it is failed for the West or for everybody else to understand? Because to me, it's pretty simple. You want to make a lot more money than oil, and if the regime goes, we can give you so much more. And the second question is, you mentioned about turning the regime. Where are they going to go? Some of them are actually not killers. Some of them don't have a place to go. And how can we create that for them to say, hey, if you turn against the regime, this is a place that you can turn to. Right now, they don't have an option just to be with the regime. Thank you.
Who's going to go first? I think Iran has a lot to offer to the board. I think our last panel was about, economic opportunities in Iran. Iran has the second gas reserves in the world, and now that Russia and other countries are blackmailing Europe, in a normal situation, Iran would have been the best option for foreign investment, for other countries to invest in Iran oil and gas instead of being sanctions. Yeah, I think if that's going to encourage people to take the freedom of Iran more seriously, the revolution of Iran, Iran can offer a lot to the international community, not just for oil and gas, but for our human resources in the country. We have the brightest people in Iran, and many of them are living abroad. They're very successful. Iran has a lot to offer to the board in terms of economic opportunities. That's a great point. And what was the second question?
That how can we create an alternative for the people that are working for the regime to be able to provide them an alternative to leave?
This is not a decision for me to make, but the leaders of Iran opposition, for example, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has always talked about the fact that those who are willing to join the people and correct their wrongdoings, there's an opportunity for them to join. I mean, I follow that kind of argument, and I think it's a great argument. If they are willing to change, if they are willing to compensate their wrongdoings, I think Iranian people should welcome them. But that's not a decision that I can make. That's for leaders of future Iran.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, the panel, for all your knowledge and wonderful contribution today. And thank you again, NUFDI, for hosting this conference. Thank you, everybody.
Please welcome back to the stage NUFDI Vice President Kamran Khansarinia.
اینو من کجا بگیرم؟ بیارم؟
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all of you for joining us over the past 2 days at the Iran conference, the second annual Iran conference. This will not be the last. It grew significantly from last year. The next time we have it will be even larger. We'll have more participants, more diverse views, as you saw yesterday and today. And soon, obviously, we'll be hosting the first Iran conference in Iran, I have no doubt, with the support of all of you. With the support of all of you, with the support of the brain trust of American experts that we have here in Washington, D.C. So many of the questions that you all asked or that came out throughout these panels are, how can we have more of an impact? You being at this conference, engaging with these sort of speakers, the most prominent experts, journalists, decision makers in Washington, D.C., is an example of the Iranian American community having an impact and you having an impact. And NUFDI is so honored and privileged that you took 2 days out of your busy schedules to be with us. Those of you who have a lot to do and could be many other places, we're extremely thankful to each and every one of you for being with us. 2 days sitting at this conference, I understand, is quite a lot. I can imagine that everyone needs a drink, so I hope that you'll make full use of the Mayflowers Bar this afternoon. It's a fantastic one. Thank you again to Dr. Saeed Ganji, Mr. Razdan, and all of NUFDI's board for being here. Thank you to Princess Yasmin for joining us for the full 2 days and sitting here with us. And we look forward to seeing you next year. Stay in touch with NUFDI, and thanks for all that you do.